Hey, this is Juan Tutors, and today we are working on the June 2024 Living Environment Regents. The Regents after me just happened a couple of weeks ago. Now, you may be taking the August Regents in a couple of days, or January Regents, or June Regents, and either way, I just want to say good luck on that, and congratulations for making it to this video, because my goal is to make this video the best prep video of all across all of YouTube, which means that I'm not just going to give you the answers to the questions. I'm also going to give you test taking strategies, including a ton of process of elimination, definitions, all of that good stuff, to so that you leave the problem not just knowing what how to do the problem, but also any side concept that you need so that you could do just absolutely as well as possible on this coming regions. And on that note, right before we start with number one, I just want to be clear. Some schools do play a little bit of funny business with providing you a four-function calculator or a scientific or a better calculator. They can provide you a TI calculator. That's valid. But they are required to provide you a calculator. If they do try to play funny business and not give you the calculator, do advocate for yourself and let them know that they are absolutely required to give you that. And on that note, this test does have a few different parts. Most of the parts kind of look very similar. The big difference is that later on in the test, there's going to be a lot more like fill in the blank questions that compared to the beginning, which is all multiple choice. And on that note, we're going to hop right onto numero uno, number one. In an animal cell, all of the organelles work together to carry out photosynthesis, diffusion, or metabolic processes, or information storage. Now, I invite you to think about what the answer to this question is. And again, I'm going to give you as much test taking strategies as possible. But one of the things I want to talk about is how to use this video. You can use this video. It's kind of like choose your own poison. You can use this video however you want to use this video. Some students are literally gonna like an hour or two before the regents are gonna play this video on super duper high speed, and that's perfectly fine if that's what you want to do. Another option, which I actually personally recommend, is that for every single problem, you actually pause the problem and choose an answer. Don't say, I think this is the answer, and then stop, and then hear me say it, because you could easily convince yourself, I think this is the answer, but it's probably, but it might be the other one, and then convince yourself that you were right with one of any two or three answers. And that's not it. You want to commit to one, because what committing to one answer, what that does is it allows you to practice filtering through all the things that maybe make sense or don't make sense to you, and allows you to do the same things that you would normally do during a test. And then when you hear me solve the problem, then you could say, oh, I got this question right because blank. Or if you committed to one answer, but you got it wrong, then you could say, oh, I got this answer wrong because. And then you could actually go back and play the video again and rewatch only the problems that you had gotten wrong, which is sweet. In an animal cell, all the organisms work together to carry out what? Well, let's see. I'm going to immediately cross out photosynthesis. Why am I going to cross out photosynthesis? Because what does this? Like phytoplankton and plants. I think there might be some other things that do photosynthesis, but animals, not a single animal carries out photosynthesis. Unfortunately, I think it would be cool that if I were hungry, I could literally just stand in the sun and get some sugars from that. But unfortunately, humans do not carry out photosynthesis, nor do any other animals. And then, so the question is it do all the organelles work together to carry out diffusion, metabolic processes, or information storage? This one is another one here, information storage. That's not what cells do. That's not what your liver cell is doing. Your liver cell is not working uh, individually to store information. So cells don't focus on this. And you might say, but Juan, doesn't the cell have a bunch of DNA in it, and isn't DNA information? Well, sure. Most cells in the body, human body, do have DNA, but that stuff is already in the cell. The cell is not creating more information and then storing it. The cell has that information if it has it at all. Our red blood cells don't have DNA in them because our red blood cells don't even have nuclei. So point is though they're not working to store the information. They just happen to have some in there, and they use it however they use it. So now the question is, do these organelles work together to carry out diffusion or metabolic processes? Actually, diffusion is primarily done at membranes. So diffusion is a membrane process. So that's like the cell membrane, the nuclear membrane, and then some other organelles also have their own membranes. But the point is that that's a membrane process. That's not something that literally every single organelle is working on together. But metabolic processes, this is literally the organelle's job. Different organelles have different metabolic processes. Some create energy through ATP, store energy through ATP. Some are, in processing sugars, ADP, processing wastes, creating proteins. But using raw materials to make bigger proteins and also digest proteins, break them down again and reuse the parts. Lots of metabolic processes going on in the cells, and your organelles are very much responsible for that. So diffusion, because it's only a membrane process, it's not the primary job of organelles. I like this picture, by the way, because back in the day when I was a kid, our pictures used to be very 2D. In fact, a lot of kids my age used to think that cells were really flat and two-dimensional, especially when you look in the through a microscope, all the cells look flat and 2D, when in fact they actually are very 3D. On that note, numero dos, number two, a colony of 47,000 quaking aspen trees, all connected by one root system, is considered to be Earth's most massive organism. Okay, organism singular, interesting. When the trees are stressed, shoots are sent out from the roots and develop into new trees. Every new tree in this colony, so notice the roots shoot out um, the roots shoot out shoots, and or rather, the tree shoots out shoots, and the shoots grow into new trees. And so and they're considered a single organism. Okay, every new tree in this colony would contain the same genetic information because it's produced asexually, or the same genetic information because it's produced sexually, or less genetic material since it's produced from root cells, or a different combination of genes since it's produced from various roots. Now, this just said, the problem said that this is a single organism. Okay. Now, a single organism. Now, you might be surprised that a bunch of trees is considered to be a single organism, but that does happen in a real life situation. So, if you take one tree, in fact, you may have a spider plant in your house, and if you happen or know somebody who has a spider plant in their house, you may see that a spider plant often shoots out a shoot. If that shoot reaches a soil, it's usually growing out a little tiny spider plant out of the end, and then that a spider plant grows up to be its own unique spider plant. Now, if those two plants are connected, that's still a single organism, especially if they're sharing information. Now, if once that break happens, now it's not just one organism anymore. However, since the new shoot was created from the old uh, plant, they have exactly the same genetic information. So this one having less genetic material, since it's produced from root cells, we can eliminate that one right away. Uh, and different combination of genes, since it's produced from various roots. Actually, they're produced from the same roots. Okay, so it's not that two roots combine to make one tree. One single root shoots out a shoot and makes a tree. So now it's either the same genetic information because it's produced asexually, or the same genetic information because it is produced sexually. And this is a hallmark of sexual reproduction. A hallmark of sexual reproduction um, so sexual reproduction produces genetic variation. And in fact, I'm going to say genetic mixing. Two parents, literally two parents, two individual members of the species come together to produce an offspring that contain some of the genetics from the one parent and some of the genetics from the other parent. So yeah, so these, if they produce sexually, they would have different materials. So the choice two just never happens. So that's a nice convenient thing. So we could actually just choose number one. And in fact, this is asexual reproduction. A single tree is producing a shoot that grows up to become a whole new tree. On that note, number three, scientists have found that different tissues in the prostate gland, a male reproductive organ, respond to different hormones. The tissues in the center area of the gland respond to testosterone, and the tissues in the outer area of the gland respond to estrogen. The cells that make up these two regions of the prostate are different in that cells in the center area produce more estrogen than cells in the outer area, or cells in the outer area have many testosterone receptors, or they contain different receptors in their cell membranes, or they contain different DNA sequences for the production of hormones. So if I invite you to think about, I would invite you to pause the problem, because there are a lot of students that choose some of these answers that despite the fact that some of them are contradicted by the contents of the problem. So in an effort to make the absolute goat of all Regents prep videos, I want to make sure that you know what a hormone is. So what is a hormone? Hormone is a chemical, sure, but cells use to communicate. To communicate and signal. Okay? And a big part, a big thing to know about hormones is that they're detected by specialized IZED receptors that are specific to the hormone. Okay? And I mention this because you may know this kind of already, but there are a lot of problems on this test that suddenly just throws, oh, a hormone into the answers. And most of those answers, the hormone is just not a valid answer, but there are a lot of students that choose it. It's just that hormones are chemicals detected by specific receptors, really very specific to the hormone. So testosterone has a testosterone receptor, and estrogen has an estrogen receptor, etc. So if we look at the choices, um, so the choice one, the cells in the center area produce more estrogen in the cells. Actually, the problem said that the tissues in the outer area respond to estrogen, and tissues in the center area respond to testosterone. So it doesn't talk about uh, where estrogen is produced, so not addressed. And false, okay, to begin with. So the next one, if we look at this one, it says cells in the outer area have many testosterone receptors, but it actually said the outer area responds to estrogen. This is literally contradicted by the words in the problem. Why? The problem says the opposite. And you may not know that the problem says the opposite, but when you know that hormones are chemicals that cells use to communicate and signal, and that they're detected by detectors that are really specific to the hormone, then you know that if the outer tissues respond to estrogen and the center area respond to testosterone, then specifically in the outer area, which responds to estrogen, the outer area must be the one that has estrogen receptors. So then the third one, they contain different receptors in the cell on their cell membranes. That looks a whole lot better if you know that receptors respond to specific hormones. That's looking really good. And then the next one, contain different DNA sequences for the production of hormones. This is very false. Okay, I'm going to say very false. This is something that you want to know. If a cell in your body has DNA in it, it has the except for your gametes, your egg cells and sperm cells, which have half your chromosomes. all the rest of your cells, the ones that have genes in them, which are basically all of them, except for, like, for example, red blood cells, uh, they all have the same genes. They literally all have the same genes. Your muscle cells and your liver cells, literally same exact genes. It's just that your muscle cells and liver cells do special things to the DNA to fold them up in slightly different ways so that certain genes are expressed more strongly than others. So they contain the same DNA sequences, so that can't be it. So we've already eliminated choice 1 and choice 2 and choice 4, and that leaves only choice 3. And choice 3, they contain different receptors in their cell membranes, is absolutely true. That's absolutely true. That's how hormones communicate. Okay? Number 4, energy transfer in a natural ecosystem. Let me restart. Number 4, energy transfers in a natural ecosystem are represented in the diagram below. And I just look real quick. I do look at it real quick, but I don't fully memorize it because that's not a thing, even for someone like me, who knows a lot of this information. So I do grasp the diagram real quick, and then I move on and then go back to the diagram after. And I see grasses on bottom. I see arrows up going to rabbits, beetles, slugs, and mice. I see some arrows going up to small birds, badgers, and hedgehogs, and hawks and foxes. I see a bunch of arrows going in a lot of different ways. Now I go to the next words. Which statement about this ecosystem is correct? Again, it was energy transfers, and which statement about this ecosystem is correct? One, a reduction in the number of species present would most likely upset the stability of this ecosystem. That's already sounding good to me. But number 2, this ecosystem would not be affected if decomposers did not perform their function, or this ecosystem lacks producer organisms, or there are more likely more foxes than rabbits in the ecosystem. Okay, so number 1, a reduction in the number of species present, meaning if you just kind of deleted some of these, would likely upset the stability of the ecosystem. Well, if you look, some of these, I mean, everything is either eats something or is eaten by something. So it definitely, I would say, would upset any of these that you eliminate would upset the boundary of this ecosystem, or the stability of this ecosystem. How can you identify something that would not affect the stability of this ecosystem? If there was something like this, Pikachu's. Literally, where Pikachu is not connected to any of this. I don't even know what Pikachu's eat. Lightning, or I don't know, anything at all. I don't know. So, but the point is, if this Pikachu just literally interacts with these animals in 0 ways, then when you catch the Pikachu and take it home with you, this will not affect the ecosystem. But any of these eliminated will affect the ecosystem. So that definitely looks good to me. We're looking for correct, right? But if you go to choice 2, the ecosystem would not be affected if decomposers did not perform their functions. What ecosystem would not be affected if decomposers did not perform their function? Literally, uh, animals and plants would take in all the nutrients, they would die, and the nutrients would just stay within that animal and not spread at all. That doesn't sound good to me at all. The ecosystem would not be affected, would very much be affected if decomposers did not perform their function. So I'm going to eliminate that. A great way to make an ecosystem uh, unstable is to literally just upset the balance of decomposers. The third one, the ecosystem lacks producer organisms. What are producer organisms? Producers produce energy through photosynthesis or chemosynthesis. See, chemosynthesis. Okay, we see photosynthetic creatures all over the place. When you look outside and you see a tree or a plant, those are producers. And if you go all the way down to, like, for example, the Mariana Trench, or anywhere where you see uh, hot springs coming out of the ocean, where there is no light down there from the sun because it is entirely too dark, and too many things above to block all the sun, but they get their energy from the vents. And so, but they get that through chemosynthesis, the chemicals that come out of those vents. So the ecosystem has grasses. Okay. which is a producer organism. So I'm going to cross out 3. And then choice 4, there are likely more foxes than rabbits in the ecosystem. Uh, well, rabbits are pretty far down the food chain. Normally speaking, now this is not a hard and fast rule, but it is a very good rule. Um, so, but generally speaking, the animals that are lower in the energy chain, in the energy web, there appear more in the web. It has to do with that 90-10 rule that you've been taught many times, the amount of energy that goes into the animal versus the amount of energy that comes out of the animal. An animal consumes 90% of its energy, and then when it's eaten, only 10% of the energy that it consumes goes to the animal that eats it. So there are likely, because because of that, there's likely more of the lower level animals than there are the upper layer animals, and so there's likely way more rabbits than foxes, in fact. So that's not it, and so that's making like number one, as we said, look really good, and that's the only one that makes sense. Numero cinco, number 5. The process of differentiation occurs when two different cells, a sperm cell and an egg cell, combine to produce a zygote, or different zygotes are formed each time that an egg and sperm unite, or a different kinds of cells and tissues form during embryonic development, or two different sexes are present among the offspring after sexual reproduction. So for this one, you kind of it helps to know what differentiation is, okay? But this it does also help to know that what some of these uh, concepts are. When two different cells, a sperm cell and an egg cell, combine to produce a zygote, this is not called differentiation. This is called fertilization. Okay, so it's not this one from that. So for me as a test taker, fake student me. When I talk about fake student me, by the way, what I mean is I'm simulating myself as if I were a student, as opposed to real teacher me or real tutor me. Real tutor me, by the way, JuanTutors.com for any of your math and physics tutoring needs. I do have tutors who tutor other classes, like English and history. I don't tutor English or history, but I have tutors who work for me and do that. But that said, uh, if you know what some of these concepts are, uh, then it helps you to eliminate some of them because they don't match the word in the question. We're looking for differentiation, not fertilization. Then the choice 2, different zygotes are formed each time a sperm and egg and cell, a sperm and egg unite, or an egg and sperm unite. And this is true, but this is not differentiation. This is just different fertilization events. Okay, so notice that I've eliminated 2 because I happen to know that these are not right. So as a student, I want to when I get to a question that I suppose I don't know how to do it, but I want to maximize my score. One of the ways to maximize my score is to actually not focus on what makes the most sense, but actually focus on eliminating what makes the least sense. Again, not focusing on what makes the most sense, but eliminating what makes the least sense. So in this case, let me make sure my phone is silent. Uh, and by the way, I'm recording and I'm not making any edits to the video. I say that every time I make a video because I've my video sometimes gets like 30,000 views all the way through. Literally a 3, 4, 5 hour video get 30,000 views on a season all the way through. And people always ask me, "Are you making a video for this? Are you making a video for that?" And because of all the editing, I always end up not making videos. So instead, what I'm doing is I'm doing 0 edits, uploading, and so that I can make all the videos. And in fact, not for nothing, I'm actually really proud of myself because this is the first season that I've made a video for every single math and every single science. And in fact, I can say that in this video, and I haven't been able to say it in the other videos because this is my very last video. I've made an Algebra 1, an Algebra Geometry, and an Algebra 2. I've made an Earth Science video, living in chemistry video, a physics video, and now this the living environment video. This is my last math and science video, so I'm really happy about that. Super stoked about it. That said, so what about these choices, 3 or 4? Different. So what is differentiation? Again, different kinds of cells and tissues formed during embryonic development. This is this word different is leading me towards the word differentiation. Different kinds of cells and tissues form. This is sounding good. Uh, the next one, let's see. Two different sexes are present among the offspring after sexual reproduction. This is literally just twins. So this is just literally, which happens during, I guess, embryonic development for a lot of different ways. But that's not differentiation. So what is differentiation? Differentiation is literally when an embryo, which is made of, like, I would say generic cells, differentiate to become specialized cells. And now specialized cells. And when I say generic, what do I mean by generic? Well, um, they're stem cells. Now, stem cells have the ability to become any kind of cell. Stem cells have the ability to become any kind of cell. So in an embryo, basically every single cell is a stem cell. And then the embryo grows and grows and grows and grows and eventually becomes a a full embryo where, but if you look at it, or a full fetus, but if you look at it, all the cells start to have special properties. Your liver cells then are literally just liver cells. Your kidney cells are just kidney cells. You can't replace your kidney with a liver. You can't replace your liver with a kidney because the kidney cells are doing only kidney jobs and your liver cells are only doing liver jobs. And in fact, if you look at your liver, there's tissues in your liver that have special functions. And in the kidneys, there's special tissues that have special functions. So they don't just specialize to become an organ, a cell for that organ. They actually specialize to become a cell for the special tissue inside the organ. Let's go. So this is looking good. Which one's looking good? Choice three is the one that's looking good. Differentiation occurs when different kinds of cells and tissues form during embryonic development. Yeah. Number six. Which two human systems work together to provide glucose for the cells of the body? Which two human systems work together to provide glucose for the cells of the body? The nervous and reproductive system, or the nervous and respiratory system, or the circulatory and digestive system, or the circulatory and respiratory system. Now, I know some students might struggle with this question, but uh, I would say this. If you actually go, as I said before, and you start to eliminate the answers that you think maybe don't make sense, you might find that you could actually get to the final answer. For example, does your reproductive system work together with anything to provide glucose for the cells in your body? No, right? We're going to cross that out. Reproductive system. Because we crossed out reproductive system, we cross out choice one. And now the next one, the nervous system and the respiratory system. What does the respiratory system do? The respiratory system is responsible for inhaling oxygen, exhaling carbon dioxide, and other gaseous wastes, but mostly carbon dioxide. And so that's not, it doesn't produce or provide glucose for other cells, nor really does your nervous system, let's be honest. The nervous system is responsible for sending signals throughout the body. So even that one, choice two, doesn't make sense. So now we're left with circulatory and digestive system or circulatory and respiratory system, and they both have circulatory system. So we know that that's definitely a valid answer. So now the question is, which other system in our body works with the circulatory system to provide glucose for the cells in the body? Is it the digestive system or the respiratory system? And again, we already crossed our respiratory system. That's responsible for intaking in oxygen and expelling carbon dioxide and any other gaseous waste that you may have that can come out of the blood. So, but the digestive system, you literally eat carbs, and the digestive system breaks down those carbs into simple sugars, including glucose. So the digestive system definitely has that as a job, and so the choice three is the correct answer for number six. Número siete, number seven. The chart below includes structures found in a multicellular organism. Which row contains the structure that would be most numerous? Is it organs, tissues, organelles, or cells? most numerous. Okay? So even if I got confused here about what most numerous or least numerous was and the difference between those two concepts, organs, tissues, organelles, or cells, uh, the one that's in between the top and the bottom has to be the wrong one. So organs are the biggest one, and organelles is the smallest one. So tissues and cells have to be incorrect because the point is that organelles are contained in cells, which are contained in tissues, which are contained in organs. So whatever the answer to this question is, even if I'm having trouble interpreting it, cells and tissues get eliminated. And now at this point, I've eliminated two answers. So before I address the answer to this question, I want to talk about what I call a passing problem, which I shorten to PP, a passing problem. So if you look at how many points you need to pass this test, let's look at how many points we need to pass this test. So to get a perfect grade, you need all 85 questions right. But to pass the test, you need a 65, which is actually corresponds to a 41 in your raw score. So you need a 41 in your raw score, which is just about half of the 85. It's actually slightly less than the 85, which is convenient. Which means that if you have a 50-50 chance of getting every single question right, then statistically speaking, you're heading towards a passing grade, statistically speaking, because half of 85 is 42 and a half points, and you only need 41 points to pass. So why do I call it a question in which you've eliminated two choices of passing problem? Because you have a 50-50 chance of getting it right. And if you have the entire test, a 50-50 chance of getting every single question right, then you are heading towards a most likely a passing grade. Of course, that's a statistical statement. We want to make it a more guaranteed statement. So we want to make sure that we're passing on as many questions as humanly possible. But this is a passing problem. So methods that eliminate choices that don't make sense are really very useful. But in this question, I know, so the organs is the most common, unfortunately incorrect answer. If we interpret this correctly, which row contains the structures that would be most numerous? What this is talking about is the most number of the this structure. So the question does is organs in your body the thing that is most numerous? No, actually. Well, or is organelles the structure that is most numerous? Well, your organelles are contained in every single cell in your body. So multiply the number of cells that you have by the number of organelles that each cell contains, and you have an enormous number of organelles in your body. An enormous, enormous, enormous number of organelles. So the answer is organelles. So why do some students also get this wrong? Because so by the way, organ is the most common incorrect answer. The next most common incorrect answer would be cells, because they interpret the word organelle as having something to do with organs, but when really an organelle is called an organelle because it has an analogy to an organ. The analogy to an organ is that an organ has a specific job in a organism, the same way that an organelle has a specific job in an organism. So a um, mitochondrion is responsible for producing ATP and reproducing ATP at a very fast rate, and your liver is responsible for filtering out toxins and producing bile, for example. Your lungs are responsible for um, taking in oxygen from the air and expelling carbon dioxide from the air. And your cell membrane is actually also has a similar responsibility. Cell membranes allow oxygen to pass through and allow carbon dioxide to go out along with water. So yeah, organelles have specific jobs, just like organs do. So it's an analogy question. But organelles are small parts of a cell that have a specific job, and organs are parts of an organism that have a specific job. Let's say organs are parts of a multicellular organism that collectively have a specific job. Numero ocho, number 8, dioxin, a toxin associated with waste, incineration, and some plastics, has been found to directly disrupt normal gamete production in human females. Dioxin most likely affects the testes and progesterone production, ovaries and estrogen production, DNA in the nuclei of sperm cells, and pancreas and insulin production. Now, if you super duper duper struggle on this question, you might not necessarily know how to lean towards an answer in this question. However, remember that this problem did say that this disrupts normal gamete production in females, right? So, does dioxin most likely affect the testes? Well, XX females don't have testes. So, when I say XX females, I mean, genetic females, not uh, individuals who identify as females. XX females don't have testes. So, that one answer is one that we should really be crossing out. Uh, which means that we have right now, even if we don't know how to do this problem, a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right. So I want to address the benefits of crossing out answers that we know to be incorrect. Suppose you have 24 questions. Okay? If you just make a wild guess, okay, out of those 24 questions, then meaning you didn't even read the problem, so you're just wild guessing. Well, 24 divided by 4, statistically, it's not that you're going to get them all wrong. That's actually not how it works. Because statistically speaking, you have a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right just from wild guessing. So 24 over 4, that's equal to 6 questions on average that you're going to get right. But if you do eliminate one of the choices, then out of 24 questions, on average, divided by 3, you're going to get 8 of those questions right, which means just by eliminating one answer in each of the 24 questions, which is something that you often can do, you've increased the number of questions that you can get right by 2, which is a much bigger deal than you think it is. After all, there's 85 questions on this test, not 24, which and 24 times 3 is 72. So you get another 85, which is another 3.5 questions. That's literally an increase of 7 correct answers on this test, which might take you from a 65 to like a 7. Let me see, 7 going from 6 to 7. More points. 41 gives us 65. 48 gives us 72. That's a huge amount. Or if you already got a 70, 46 plus 7 is 53. That's a 75. So clearly, eliminating choices does help. Not only that, because if you actually use other test taking strategies, you might take out of the 24 questions, you might be able to eliminate 2 choices, and 24 divided by 2 is 12, and that's a huge jump in the number of questions that you get right. And of course, if you continue the test taking strategies, 24, and you eliminate 3 answers to leave you with one final answer, you get 24 right, which is just phenomenal, right? So even if you can't eliminate every single question, but you eliminate one choice, you did a good thing. Other test taking strategies will eliminate more. But remember, in this problem, it says dioxin affects normal gamete production in human females. So let's see which one dioxin most likely affects, the ovaries and estrogen production. If you affect the ovaries and estrogen production, you're going to affect normal gamete production in human females for sure. That answer is looking phenomenal already. So now the next one, DNA in the nuclei of sperm cells. Again, we can cross this one out, and we've eliminated choice 3, and we have a passing problem. Why did I eliminate choice 3? Because sperm cells are in males. The sperm cells have no effect on female gamete, meaning egg production. Let's just make sure we know that definition, by the way. Gamete. A gamete is equal to a sperm or egg cell. Okay? So women have egg cells, XX women have egg cells, and XY men have sperm cells. So then we go to the number 4, the pancreas and insulin production. Which one of these 2 choices is most likely to affect egg production in females? Affecting the ovaries and estrogen production, which estrogen is a sex hormone, or affecting the pancreas and insulin production. Insulin is a hormone involved in sugar production and use, and as you know, people who struggle with insulin reception or insulin production end up with diabetes. That's all a sugar thing. So this one doesn't make sense either in terms of, or at least in terms of the magnitude of correctness that number two has. Okay. Notice that we did number 8 by addressing which one made the most sense. Yeah, is it theoretically possible that there's some weird chemical that affects human female in a different way and affects gamete productions? Sure, but the question was which one's most likely. You know, so that's why we were able to eliminate all the answers except that one. Number 9, a gene present only in a single plant species was found to regulate protein content. The gene could increase the protein content of other food crops in the developing world. The most likely method that scientists would use to incorporate this gene into a variety of food crops is genetic engineering, selective breeding, sexual reproduction between the plants with this gene and those without, or deletion of the genes that limit protein production from each individual food crop plant. I would invite you to, if you're not willing to pause the video to choose an answer, maybe pause the video to eliminate some of these answers, because we are talking in this case remember, we want to increase protein production in developing world. Okay, the most likely method that scientists would use to incorporate this gene, right? To incorporate this gene. If you look at choice 4, it says the deletion of the genes that limit protein production from each individual food crop plant. Unfortunately, this one, again, the gene is found in only one species. So if you delete the gene that limits protein production from each individual food crop plant, that doesn't incorporate the gene at all into that plant. So that can't be it. The choice 3 though, sexual reproduction between the plants with this gene and those without, that feels to me like a phenomenal answer until I realize you can't have sexual reproduction between unrelated species. So that can't be it. The next one, selective breeding. Selective breeding does not produce genes that you like, unless that gene magically appears by luck. This produces preferred attributes, but not specific genes. We can coax a plant to do whatever we want it to do, or by selective breeding. But that there's a limit to that. There is a limit to that. We can't get it to produce a really extremely specific gene by doing that. Unless we already know that the gene is there, and in this case, this problem says the gene is not there. So the only one that makes sense for this problem is that choice, genetic engineering. And we do, at this point in a society, we do have methods that allow us to incorporate a gene from one plant into another plant. CRISPR is a great example, and there are other methods. And by the way, I just passed the subscribe icon. You can only subscribe if you feel that I deserve it. That's one thing I always want to make sure that you know. Do only subscribe if you feel that I deserve it. I will say this, that if there are ads on this video, and by the way, I have 851 subscribers as you just saw, but I have 119,000 views, 119,370 views. I don't have ad revenue on this video because I don't have 1,000 subscribers. I can't get ad revenue from my videos until I get to 1,000 subscribers. So do understand that if you're seeing ads on this video, I don't get a single penny from it. So subscribing does help me. It helps me to pay for this part of my tutoring business. I've always wanted to have a part of my tutoring business in which students get access to free content, and that is what this video is. But the way that I get a benefit is by getting ad revenue, and I can't get ad revenue until I get that number to be over 1,000. If you feel that I do deserve the review of the subscribe, and I think if you've made it all the way through problem 10, I think that perhaps I might deserve it. But if you feel that I do deserve it, please do click the subscribe button. I really do appreciate it. You won't appear as one of these 851 right now because this video is not live. I'm recording and then uploading. But you will appear as one of my many subscribers in a future video, and you'll get to know that one of those numbers is you, which is great. And of course, my channel is Juan Tutors, and my website is JuanTutors.com. If you need any tutoring, please do visit that, or have your parents visit that. On that note, numero 10, number 10, a decrease in predators within an ecosystem would lead to an increase in herbivores. The increase in herbivores would cause a decrease in decomposers, prey, consumers, or producers. Now, let's think about what an increase in herbivores does. What do herbivores do? What do herbivores do relative to non-herbivores? Herbivores eat plants, right? So do the herbivores cause a decrease? Does the increase in herbivores cause a decrease in decomposers? Do the herbivores interact directly even with decomposers? I would say no. So now real teacher tutor me knows that decomposers is wrong, but now I want to simulate myself as a student. So fake student me might say, I have a feeling that this one's wrong, so I'm going to put an X next to it. I would strongly advise you to take on my notation. I put an X next to an answer if I think it's wrong, but if I see choice 2, prey, herbivores are prey animals. So an increase in herbivores does not cause a decrease in prey because herbivores are prey animals. And as fake student me says, actually herbivores are prey animals because the predators a decrease in predators causes an increase in herbivores. That means that this causes an increase in prey animals. Okay, so notice I crossed out number 2 at the number because fake student me knows that choice 2 is wrong, but has a feeling that choice 1 is wrong. Okay, so then I look at number 3, consumers. Does increase in herbivores cause an increase, a decrease in consumers? See, this one I'm fake student me is not sure on if I maybe put an X on it or not, because the thing is that what consumers are animals that excuse me, that consume but don't produce. The producers are things that undergo photosynthesis and chemosynthesis. Chemosynthesis mostly in the water, and of course photosynthesis mostly on land. But I shouldn't even say mostly on land, but definitely on land and mostly in the top layer of the water. Uh, so I don't know the effect on the consumer, so I don't put any mark on choice 3. But then I see producers. Producers are the plants on land. Uh, if I think of it on land, if you increase the herbivores, they're going to eat more plants. That's a decrease in producers. So this one's looking really good to me. So I wasn't sure about choice 3. I wasn't sure about choice 1, but I thought choice 1 was wrong. But actually, choice 4 is making a lot more sense by the fact that herbivores eat plants. Okay? So choice 4 is looking phenomenal. And plants, again, are producers. So choice 4 is looking phenomenal. That's fake student me, what I would do. So fake student me would go and choose 4. Now, again, what are consumers again? They eat other living things. And decomposers decompose dead organisms. And what are prey? Animals hunted by other animals. Okay, and I'm going to change the word animals because it's really organisms hunted by other organisms. So as a result, so real teacher me is able to definitely cross out number 1 and also cross out number 3 and select number 4, because the thing is that the herbivores eat the literal producers, the plants. Okay. Let me shorten the size of this a little bit. Well, that made it bigger somehow. Okay. Numero 11, number 11. The lioness, female lion, and cub shown below have similar characteristics. And I see that they definitely do. In order for some of the genetic information in the lioness to be present in the cub, the genetic information from the mother must have been copied and present in the egg cell of the lioness, or combined with the genetic information from another lioness, or contained in half of the DNA found in the sperm cell of the father, or able to make enzymes to produce all of the carbohydrates found in the mother. So I would definitely advise you to think about what you think the answer to this question might be. But here, they actually told us what a lioness is. Okay? They told us what a lioness is. A lioness is a female lion. It's important to know what a cub is. A cub is a juvenile lion. Okay? They have and they definitely do have similar characteristics. We could see that. Okay? So, in order for some of the genetic information in the lioness to be present in the cub, so does the genetic information from the mother, was it copied and present in the egg cell of the lioness? Um, the lioness, meaning the mother lion, in order for her genetic information to go to her cub. This is sounding very good. And how? Because the thing is that the mother incubates the lion cub, but the lion cub is first formed by a sperm cell from the male lion and an egg cell from the lioness. So that one's already looking really good. The second one, combined with genetic information from another lioness, here's an important thing: two female lionesses cannot combine DNA. Cannot combine DNA. DNA in capital letters. Not even using technology. Right now, we don't even have the technology, although we're probably pretty close, but we don't have the technology to do that. So, and that doesn't happen in nature for sure. Number 3, contained is the mother's, genetic information from the mother must have been contained in half of the DNA found in the sperm cell of the father. This is literally saying if the lioness's DNA is found in the father's sperm cell, in the cub's father's sperm cell. No, so the father's DNA goes into the cub only. Okay, and then finally, choice 4, able to make enzymes. So it's another problem with enzymes. They keep throwing hormones in the problems, and they keep throwing enzymes in the problem when they don't actually belong. Let's see. In order for the cub to have genetic information, mom's genetic information must have been able to make enzymes to produce all of the carbohydrates found in the mother. Enzymes to produce the carbohydrates found in the mother. This has nothing to do with DNA. It has nothing to do with genetic information. So that can't be it. So the only one that actually makes sense is number 1, copied and present in the egg cell of the lioness. Yeah. And that's literally true. So half of the cub's DNA is in the lioness's egg cells, and the other half of the DNA is found in the male lion's sperm cell. Numero 12, number 12. Which statement best describes a critical function of the placenta? Meiosis occurs in the placenta, allowing for the development and release of eggs, or blood from the mother and fetus mixes at the placenta, providing nutrients and oxygen, or the placenta filters out all harmful toxins and chemicals from the mother's blood so that they cannot reach the fetus, or the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide occurs between the mother and the developing fetus across the placenta. There's two of these that when I was doing the problem, they kind of jived with my thinking of what the placenta does, but there is only one that does make sense, and I'm going to address why. First off, does meiosis occur in the placenta, allowing for the development and the release of eggs? Meiosis occurs in the um, ovary. Then from the ovary, the egg cell is released. The egg cell combines with the sperm cell reaches the uterus, and as the fertilized egg and sperm combined cell, the zygote, grow, that itself produces the placenta. So the eggs, the fertilized egg itself produces the placenta. So that's way after the meiosis happens. It's not that. The next one, blood from the mother and fetus mix at the placenta, providing nutrients and oxygen. Actually, they don't mix. They don't mix. That's a fun fact. I learned this going through fertility treatments, and the blood from the mother and the child, uh, there is some inevitable mixing that happens. But when I say inevitable mixing that happens, I'm talking about minuscule amounts, counting like a finite countable number of cells compared to the trillions and trillions and trillions of cells that form an organism. Is it trillions or is it just billions? I actually don't know the answer. Post if you know how many cells are in the human body. But that said, it's a very small amount of mixing that happens, and that's usually very accidental and ideally avoided. Um, the blood from the mother and the fetus don't actually mix at all. And in fact, if they did mix, then that would actually create a dangerous situation because uh, um, the mother's immune system would start to attack the baby. So then, choice three: does the placenta filter out all harmful toxins and chemicals from the mother's blood so they can't reach the fetus, or does the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide occur between the mother and developing fetus? The thing is that choice four seems good to me, and it has no conflicting information. The only I struggled with this one a little bit for a while till I realized that number three said all harmful toxins. It's not all. And you want to know why a mother has to eat healthy and avoid drugs and alcohol? Because unfortunately, it's not all toxins that get filtered out by the placenta. So that's the reason that choice three is actually incorrect. If choice three had many, the word many harmful toxins, then it would actually be okay. In fact, that's actually one of the reasons. I know there's a fad about mothers eating the placenta of their children now. That's actually one of the reasons why that's actually a very unhealthy thing to do. There's a lot of toxins in the placenta, but it also can cause the mother to develop allergies to literally to proteins and that found in their baby, literally, and that can cause some really very dangerous situations, like for example, difficulty in having future children because you actually create enzymes that or you create antibodies, not enzymes. I'm sorry, I said enzyme, but you create antibodies that attack normal cells in a future pregnancy. And so it's actually dangerous for humans to eat the placenta of their babies. On that note, numero 13 and number 13, organisms maintain internal stability in a changing environment. To do this, they make a series of adjustments. The process of making these continual adjustments is referred to as cellular respiration, active transport, natural selection, or dynamic equilibrium. Okay, again, internal stability. Internal stability is the key word that they're looking at here in a changing environment. To do this, they make a series of adjustments. Which one of this process is what? Uh, the process of making the continual adjustments to maintain internal stability is it cellular respiration? Well, cellular respiration is the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide. And that's not, and in fact, the cell doesn't even make those adjustments. That actually just happens passively. So that's not it. Active transport perhaps active transport is involved in this process, but natural selection uh, is not it, because this is literally the process by which evolution occurs. So it's not natural selection. You might be at this point now we've eliminated two choices, so we have a passing problem. But you might be stuck between active transport and dynamic equilibrium. But this is important to know that this is literally the definition of dynamic equilibrium. If you go now, I'm not a runner anymore, so I can't really jog for a certain amount of time. I do other sports like martial arts and things like that, and I work out a lot. And when I go on the treadmill, I walk at a high incline, and of course, I lift weights. But that said, I mention that because when you first go to the gym, you know you're feeling fine. Then you start lifting weights, and you still probably feel fine if you enjoy it. But you might notice that you suddenly are breathing a little harder, and of course you're sweating a little more. And then you go to another exercise, and you're sweating even more. But there comes a point where you're just not sweating more and more and more and more. You're not sweating more and more and more as like exercise 5 turns to exercise 6 to exercise 7 to 8 and 9. You're actually sweating a lot, and you're also breathing a lot, but the amount that you're breathing doesn't go up tremendously. Your blood vessels are extended or are opened a certain amount. Your heartbeat goes a certain amount, and that you get to this new equilibrium that uh, is managing your body's need to produce energy and forces at a higher rate. That is literally the definition of dynamic equilibrium. So this question is literally asking us, the answer is choice four. What is this question is asking us, what is the definition of dynamic equilibrium? Número 14, number 14, a species of octopus lives in the depths of the ocean where oxygen levels are low. These octopuses have specific proteins in their blood that allow for more efficient oxygen transport than those that live in surface waters. Which statement best explains the presence of these proteins in the octopuses living in the deep ocean? Is it that migration to warmer and shallower ocean waters favored the formation of specific proteins, or octopuses that had specific proteins were able to survive and reproduce in the deep water environment and pass the trait on to their future generations? Or when some octopuses migrated to a deeper environment, they needed to produce new proteins so that their blood could carry more oxygen? Or mutations occurred in the body cells of octopuses, which resulted in the specific proteins being produced and passed on to their offspring? Um, the one that I want to eliminate before anything is choice four. Uh, the mutations occurred, and which are passed on. This is an old way of thinking. It was thought for a long time, but this is very false. And I'm gonna put the very false uh, number on it. It is true that you could undergo a mutation and pass it on if the mutation happens in your reproductive cells. And specifically your gamete producing cells. I can't get a mutation like in my arm or in my muscles and pass that to my offspring if it doesn't actually occur in my uh, sperm cells or in my sperm producing cells. So that's not going to be it. So what about these other choices? Uh, Choice three, when some octopuses migrated to a deeper environment, they needed to produce more protein so their blood could carry more oxygen. Well, this is literally this is saying that as the environment that they were in changed, their body, uh, the way their bodies behaved changed. But this is actually saying that a species of octopus already lives there on a basically permanent basis. So the the species already lives deep. Why am I mentioning it this way? It's not to say that some change can't happen when the environment changes. That in fact can happen. It's just as that organism gets more and more complex, it happens less and less often. And organisms that survive just kind of had a selective advantage. So that's not it. The number two, octopuses that had a specific protein were able to survive, yes, and reproduce in the deep water, yes, and then pass those traits on to the future generations. Now, this one is looking good to me, but it might not be looking good to you because it didn't talk about genes. It just talked about specific proteins. It's looking good to me, but it might not look good to you. But let's analyze number one. It says migration to warmer and shallower ocean waters favored the formation of specific proteins, but these did not migrate to shallower um, and they actually migrated to deep waters, and permanently. Okay, meaning the whole species now lives in deeper water. So the only one that seems to even be valid is choice two. Now, why is it that choice two is valid, even though they didn't talk about DNA? DNA codes for proteins. If you just remember that, you've got a really long way to understand what DNA does. DNA literally codes for proteins. So why is it that octopuses that had specific proteins were able to survive and reproduce and pass that trait? Because in order for them to have the protein, they had to produce the protein. And in order to produce the protein, they had to have the DNA that codes for the protein. And if they had the DNA that codes for the protein, they have to be able to pass that to their offspring. You know? So that's why the answer is choice two. So DNA codes for protein. That's actually the big lesson for number 14. That's the big lesson for number 14, that DNA codes for protein. Número 15, number 15. Tissue engineering is being developed as a technology that would use laboratory-grown tissues to replace diseased or damaged human body parts, such as hearts and kidneys. In order to build these new body parts, scientists would start by assembling molecules directly into tissues that can make body systems. That sounds very sci-fi to me. Making organelles and using the organelles to develop organs, or uh, engineering body systems in order to develop organelles for transplant, or growing cells to develop tissues and growing tissues to form an organ. Remember, this is tissue engineering being developed that would use laboratory grown tissues to replace disease or damaged human body parts. Okay, so the number one, assembling molecules directly into tissues that can make body systems, this is way too sci-fi. This is literally like getting a whole bunch of molecules, getting your printer out. There's a heart, you know, there's a kidney, there's a lung or something. That's not how printers work. Taking molecules and immediately producing a tissue. In fact, tissues are made of cells. So the best you could hope for is make cells that make tissues that make organs. So that choice one is not it. But this one, make organelles and use the organelles to develop organs. Remember that organelles are. I don't want to circle that to make you think that I circled the answer. Organelles are parts of cells. Parts of cells, not parts of organs. Okay? And what are parts of organs called? So what are parts of organs called? If you said tissues, you are correct. So making organelles to use and using organelles directly to make organs, no. The next one, engineering body systems in order to develop organelles for transplant. Again, this is another one. This test seems to be testing whether people think that organelles are subsets of organs, or maybe organelles are small organs, and they're not. Organelles are parts of individual cells. One cell has organelles. So this is not it. Okay, but then choice four, growing cells to develop tissues, and then growing those tissues to develop to form organs. That's the one that makes the most sense here. So organs are made of tissues. Organs are made of tissues, and tissues are made of cells, and then cells are made of organelles. So choice 4 is the one that makes the most sense. People, numero 16, number 16, people with cystic fibrosis have decreased levels of some digestive enzymes in their small intestines. It is essential that they take enzyme supplements in order to prevent malnutrition. These enzymes are an important part of the digestive process because they break down food so that nutrients can be absorbed and used, or contain vitamins and other nutrients necessary for a healthy diet, or allow a person to synthesize large inorganic nutrient molecules, or are the building blocks of carbohydrates and other nutrient molecules. Okay, so maybe some of these answers made sense to you, but the question is, do you know what a digestive, what an enzyme is? Okay, an enzyme is a large protein. It's a large protein that catalyzes the breakdown of specific molecules. And when you say specific molecules, you might be saying which specific molecules, but that's not the question. Any specific molecule that needs to be broken down has a corresponding enzyme. Glucose is part of fructose, so we have oh no, sorry, glucose is part of sucrose. So we have a sucrose. Am I saying it right? Uh, Glucose is part of sucrose, yes. And so sucrose has a specific enzyme that allows it to be broken down. Um, Glucose is also part of lactose, actually. Glucose and galactose make lactose sugar. So if you're lactose intolerant, what is happening is that your body is no longer producing the enzyme that breaks down lactose, or vice versa, is just, or not vice versa, or just is just producing less of that enzyme. So what ends up happening is you eat something with lactose, your enzymes that break down the lactose, which is called lactase. The enzyme is called lactase, not very creative. Literally take the OSE and replace it with ASE. Lactase breaks down lactose. So if your body is not breaking down the lactose completely, well, then you have a nice giant lactose molecule getting all the way to your gut, and it can't be absorbed there. But the bacteria could sure absorb it and eat it. And when the bacteria in your gut absorb the lactose and eat it, they get a lot of energy. And in that process of getting that energy and doing what they do, they also produce carbon dioxide. And that's where your stomach gets a little blow up when you have lactose milk. And believe it or not, we're going to talk about that in a because I want to make the best prep possible for these regions. We're going to talk about that in a very relevant way in about 10 minutes. But enzymes are a part of the digestive process because they break down foods. They absolutely do break down foods. So that why? So the nutrients can be absorbed and used. That's looking very good. Already choice 1 is looking very good. But the next one, the enzymes contain vitamins and other nutrients? No, they don't. Technically, the enzymes do eventually break down, but only I don't even know by what process enzymes break down. I think I think what ends up happening is that your body has a natural way of breaking down enzymes only because maybe over time the enzyme becomes less efficient because maybe it gets bent out of shape, and then your body needs a way to get rid of those broken out of shape enzymes. So they just kind of do get broken down, and but they also get replenished by your body. But the enzymes themselves don't contain vitamins and other nutrients. They in fact tease out the vitamins and other nutrients from a food that you eat. So that's wrong. The next one, allow a person to synthesize large inorganic nutrient molecules. Not inorganic nutrient molecules. That's not a big that those are minerals. Okay, and minerals tend to be small. Okay, um, and so enzymes, what they do the opposite. Generally speaking, the opposite of this. Like and they tend to be organic. Large, if they do produce organic molecules, large molecules, they tend to be organic molecules. Uh, but generally speaking, enzymes break down other molecules, so that's not it. And the enzymes that are eaten also work in your digestive system. Therefore, they're doing digestion. So they're breaking down things. That's another key that is a hint. That one shouldn't be it. Then the fourth one are the building blocks of carbohydrates? No, they're not. Sugars. Sugars are the building blocks of carbs. So it is choice one that makes sense. I mean, literally, sugars are involved in the breakdown of nutrients that can be absorbed and used. Yeah, absolutely. Número 17, number 17. A reproductive cycle is illustrated below. And I do look at the reproductive cycle image and then I go back to it afterwards. I see growth stages, arrow, adult. The adult splits into sperm and egg cell, and then the sperm and egg cell come back together to make a zygote, and then which goes back to growth stages, which then goes to adult, and then goes back to sperm egg, which goes back to zygote. So we get a reproductive cycle here. Okay, so which statement about this reproductive cycle is correct? Mutations that occur during process 1 and 2 will not be passed on to offspring, or exact copies of parents are produced, which lead to a stable population, or the sorting and recombining of genes occurs, which leads to new genetic combinations, or the three processes result in offspring with half as much genetic information as adults. So I'm going to cross out number 4 before anything. Because they don't produce half as much information as genetic information as the adults. They produce the same amount of genetic information as the adult. Okay, they produce the same amount of genetic information. 23andMe represents the fact that you have 23 times 2 is 46 chromosomes, but your parents also have 46 chromosomes. Your mother gave you 23 of her chromosomes, in a certain sense. Well, your mother gave you half your genetic information, let's say it that way, and your father gave you half your genetic information. The reason I didn't want to say that your mother gave you 23 of her chromosomes, that's actually not true. As we know now, there's a lot of mixing that happens between the chromosomes in the process of meiosis. So your mother literally gave you pieces of all 46 of her chromosomes, and your father also gave you pieces of all 46 of his chromosomes. So that's actually one big reason why siblings don't tend, like, if it wasn't true, siblings in theory could be completely unrelated, believe it or not, genetically speaking. Because if your mother happened to give you a certain set of 23 chromosomes, but a different set of 23 chromosomes to your sibling, and then your father gave you a certain set of 23 chromosomes, but a different set of 23 chromosomes to your other sibling, you would literally have, you and your sibling would have opposite genetics, and it wouldn't even look like you were related. But because of all the mixing, genetically speaking, it's almost 100. You're related to your siblings at almost exactly 50%, and it can vary a little bit. My older brother and I are related like 53% of our genetics, and it could vary, between 40 and 60, but it doesn't vary much more than 40 to 60. And it almost always is really close to 50. Okay, that's it. Let's look at the rest of these choices in this cycle. Which statement about the reproductive cycle is correct? Let's see. Mutations that occur in 1 to 2. Adults, the arrows go to one sperm and egg, 1 and 2. And it says mutations that occur in 1 and 2 will not be passed to the offspring. Well, let's see. If a mutation occurs in an egg cell, that goes to the offspring, the zygote. If a mutation occurs in the sperm cell, that joins with the egg cell to make a zygote. So actually will, will too. So that one's not it. The next one, exact copies of the parent cells, the parents are produced, which leads to stable population. We know that you're not the twin of a parent, nor is any other person the twin of the parent. If you're the exact copy of the parent, then that is asexual reproduction. This happens through asexual reproduction. So the only one we haven't even analyzed number three, but so far it's the only one that's left. Sorting and recombining of genes occurs, which leads to new genetic combinations. That's actually exactly true. Sorting and recombining of genes. What I was just talking about is the recombination. So your mother has 46 chromosomes. In the process of meiosis, those 46 chromosomes don't just separate into 23 and 23. They get duplicated. There's some genetic recombination, mixing of the two, of the 46 chromosomes, so that the four sets of egg cells, including one valid egg cell and then three that are discarded, three smaller ones that are discarded, but the one that's a valid egg cell literally has pieces of all 46 of her chromosomes, but in the shape of 23 complete chromosomes. So that is true. Número 18, number 18, kidney, and I added a picture here of a kidney transplant because there's an interesting thing about a kidney transplant. I didn't know this for a long time, but now actually, as an adult, of course, it kind of makes sense to me. When a person needs a kidney transplant, it's not that their kidneys are just not working at all. It's actually that the kidneys are just not working well enough. And you can arrive at a point where your kidneys are kind of working good enough, and maybe you could survive with your kidneys, but then eventually you arrive at a point where your kidneys are just not working well enough. But if your kidneys are still working, why would you remove a still working kidney? After all, that still working kidney could assist a new kidney that's donated, so that the new donated kidney doesn't have to work so hard. So when you get a kidney transplant, they literally keep your original kidneys. But so you end up having three kidneys in your body instead of just two. Okay, so this one says, número 18, number 18, a kidney transplant surgery places a healthy kidney from one person into the body of another. The body will often produce substances that work against the transplanted organ. The system most directly involved in attacking the transplanted kidney is the excretory system, the nervous system, the circulatory system, or the immune system. And this one is a really important one to know. When you get a kidney transplant, you take immune suppressants. They're needed to not attack the kidney. See, the thing is that in your body, your immune system is not just there to attack like germs and harmful substance and germs and harmful organisms, because your body doesn't necessarily know which of the organisms are harmful or not. They're just literally there to detect foreign organisms, and you get a brand new kidney from somebody else. That kidney is a foreign cells. So your immune system does attack it. So your excretory system is literally your kidneys, etc. It's the they're responsible for processing metabolic wastes. So your kidneys don't attack your other kidneys, uh, and your nervous system has no effect on attacking the kidneys, the new kidney. The circulatory system doesn't attack the new kidney. But the immune system recognizes the foreign cells and attacks them. And so you do have to take immune suppressants, and that's actually a big problem with all organ transplants, not just kidney transplants. Número 19, number 19. An energy pyramid for a forest ecosystem is represented below. The four levels, A through D, represent the type of organisms in the ecosystem. So just remember, this is an energy pyramid. Energy pyramid. Okay. And we got four types of organisms, A, B, C, D. From the bottom to the top. The base is A, going up to B, up to C, and then the top of the pyramid is D. Which numbered column in the chart below contains four terms that correctly identifies the most likely types of organisms that could be found at each of the four levels in the pyramid? Going from the top down, from D down to A, does it go top down, carnivores to heterotrophs to producers to herbivores? Or carnivores to herbivores to producers? or heterotrophs to autotrophs to herbivores to producers, or producers to carnivores to herbivores to heterotrophs. Okay, so again, this is the 90-10 rule. The 90-10 rule is a really important rule to know. It's that 90% of the energy consumed by an organism is used completely. And then how much of the organism's energy is transferred to another organism that eats it? 10% of that energy can be transferred to another organism through consumption, eating, right? So we eat beef. A whole bunch of people eat beef. That cow transferred 10% of the energy that it ever consumed. So it literally ate 10 times more energy than the amount of energy that we get out of the cow. And you might be saying that's a pretty inefficient way of getting energy for ourselves. And you'd be kind of right, aren't you? Unfortunately, the big species that had the big brains and took over the earth, kind of us, right? We're omnivores. And had we just by luck, had the earth by luck had a species that was herbivores kind of take over everything, I think the earth would be in a much different place, because herbivores would be eating plants, and the plants, uh we would be consuming the plants that literally the cows currently eat, and then instead of and then which so 90% of that energy is lost when we then go to consume the cow. Or same deal with the chicken, same deal with the pig, same deal with the when we eat, pork chops, and same deal when we eat goats, like, or animals in general. If we were herbivores, the earth would not have such a huge energy requirement to maintain us. Okay? So, that said, the 90-10 rule implies that the base of the pyramid is the producers. Okay? Producers slash autotrophs. And so, what is a producer? Let's talk about what these words mean. They produce energy. How can you produce energy without consuming it? We are consumers. Humans are consumers. We consume energy. We get it from the food that we eat, the salad, the dressing, the crouton, and the nice grilled chicken that's on top. All of that gives us energy, along with other nutrients, right? So we are consumers of energy. How do they produce energy? From the sun, usually, or chemicals. Mostly, we care about the ones that produce energy from the sun. By the way, we really care about, in this test at least, we care about the herbivores. Yes, there are bacteria that produce energy through chemosynthesis close to vents. And fun fact, it's thought that they're probably it's thought that they might have been the first organisms that thrived in the world, the chemosynthetic autotrophs, but we don't know. And then what is an autotroph, though? It produces its own energy. Okay. And so, what's the difference between a producer and an autotroph? None, actually. One is just a scientific word, and one is a non-scientific word. And so, what about these other ones, B, C, and D? These are the consumers slash heterotrophs. So any line that has producers or autotrophs above A has to be wrong. So choice one is wrong. Then choice two, let's see, carnivores, herbivores, producers. That one could be it. heterotrophs, autotrophs, here again, and producers. So choice 3 has autotrophs and producers in both, which are the same thing in both level 1 A and C, so that's not it. And then the choice 4, producers, carnivores, herbivores, that are, again, producers at the top, not at the bottom. So, and then heterotrophs, which are the consumers, are at the bottom. So the next one, the producers, are at the bottom, choice 2. The herbivores eat the producers, they're the primary consumers, and then the carnivores eat the primary consumers. And then other carnivores eat other secondary consumers, including some of the primary consumers. Okay. So that's the answer to this one is definitely going to be choice 2. Number 20. The diagram below shows information about the human body temperature regulation. Normal body temperature 36 to 38. Arrow. Body temperature gets too low. Arrow. Blood vessels and skin constrict, reducing heat loss. Muscles begin shivering, generating heat. Arrow. Body temperature increases. Arrow. Long arrow. Normal body temperature. And then it's a cycle. Okay. These events can be described as an example of a feedback mechanism that maintains homeostasis. I like that word, homeostasis, because that's the thing I was thinking about. My body right now, I have the AC going, but the sun's out, and the sun is going to be setting soon, so the temperature of the room's going to drop. But I'm going to be feeling just pretty much okay. That's my body maintaining homeostasis, and I'm hopping around and I'm talking, and occasionally, I was downstairs, but still my body temperature the whole time was somewhere between 36 and 38. That's looking good. Uh, or is this a cycle that regulates cellular communication? This is not about cellular communication. Okay, so I don't like that answer. Choice 3, an immune system's response to increasing heart rate. This is not an immune response. And choice 4, a body system regulating hormone production. And this is not a hormone question. This is not addressing hormones. And it's also not regulating them. In fact, hormones are probably involved in this. After all, what are the chemicals that communicate between cells? They are literally hormones. The chemicals that communicate between cells are hormones. So there probably are a lot of hormones involved in here, but they're not being regulated by the system. In fact, the hormones themselves are doing the regulating. Okay, so choice 2, choice 3, choice 4 is not correct, but choice 1 is looking mighty fine. Before I go to, let me see if I can move this down a little bit. Good. Before I go to number 21, I want to talk about snacks. Okay, uh, these kinds of snacks, the educationally relevant kind of snacks. So when you're going into a regions, and if you want to hear about snacks, bringing snacks into the regions, feel free to just hop over to number 21 when I start talking about it. But for now, I know I want to make the GOAT of all tutoring videos for living environment regions. So one of those things is talking about what you should bring with you on a test. So, excuse me. The first thing I'm going to recommend, Fairlife is a nice high protein snack, and it hydrates you a little bit. You don't want to hydrate first off, you want to come in fairly hydrated. But you don't want to hydrate so much that you got to pee all the time. So you don't want to bring a gallon of water. If you're one of those people that think drinking a gallon of water is healthy, there's a lot of debate about whether that is or not. I'm just going to say no, it's not. But if you think it is, fine. But you don't want to go drinking a gallon of water in the middle of a Regents and you have to pee 5 times, because then that takes away from your time in the Regents. But if you take out like a Fairlife drink, which is only like 11 and a half ounces, the Fairlife has 30 grams of protein, 4 grams of carbs, and 2.5 grams of fat. So it's not going to give you the biggest energy boost, but it's going to hydrate you a little bit while taking away the hunger that you might feel halfway through a 3-hour Regents, or if you get extended time, 4.5 hour or 6-hour Regents. So a Fairlife drink is a great drink to have in the middle of a Regents. Fairlife, if you want to sponsor me, do contact me. But I do recommend it. This is not sponsored by them. Uh, it's just something that I recommend for taking away hunger and for hydrating you when you're feeling thirsty. Another one that is also not sponsoring me, but if they want to give me a call too, pure protein bars are a good choice. among many other bars, because they're not messy. They're chewy. They might many of them have chocolate, and if you're not a chocolate fiend but you can tolerate it for a test, it's a good choice. These also have 20 grams of protein, which means that they're gonna fill you up and make you feel full, take away that desperate hunger that you might feel with other snacks, without making you have to suddenly go to the bathroom so badly. Although if that happens, you know what happens. After all, you are eating. But this one though has 18 grams of carbs and 5 grams of fat, and you might say that's a lot. And it's actually, first off, it's not for a protein bar, because it has more protein than it has carbs. And most bars, believe it or not, have more calories than 4 calories per gram. They're literally more calorie dense than pure sugar. Whereas these are about the same calorie density as pure sugar. And you might say, well, that's a lot of calorie density. But actually, every single bar has that problem. They're meant to be. They're meant to be dense and small. Um, but the thing is that this bar is 50 grams, but it's really like 20 grams of protein, 18 grams of carbs, 5 grams of fats, and that adds up to 43. So it's literally mostly the nutrients. And if you feel like that's a lot, well, do understand that I am talking about a Regents. I'm not recommending these for outside of the Regents, although not a bad choice either way. But for the Regents, they'll take away your hunger, and those 18 grams of carbs and 5 grams of fat will give you some more of that energy that you need to push through the test. So the 18 grams of carbs is actually a good thing. Another thing I want to talk about, coffee. You might be a professional coffee drinker, and if you are a professional coffee drinker like I am, then go ahead and have whatever coffee you want. You probably know exactly how you like your coffee. Have your coffee the way you like it. But the thing is that if you're not a professional coffee drinker, this is an important thing to know. Uh, this cup's peeling, but this is an important thing to know. If you're not a professional coffee drinker, you don't want to go into the regions having a professional cup of coffee, non-decaf, with whatever amount of milk and no sugar. No, that's not a thing. Because what you might find is that instead of the coffee making you feel awake, which it would probably do, it might make you crash afterwards, which is a dangerous thing. You don't want to crash in the middle of a test. But also the other thing is, a lot of adults will tell you that coffee makes you feel full. And they're talking about their own feelings. How could it possibly be that they're wrong about their own feelings? Here's the thing: if you actually log and you actually follow around an adult who drinks coffee, they might not feel hungry. And I'm one of the adults, by the way, who drinks coffee and they don't feel hungry. But if you follow the adults and find out what they ate afterwards, usually junk, sugars, sugary things, fatty things. Why? Because it happens to be that coffee makes your body process sugars and fats more efficiently. And then what ends up happening is that your body is starving for sugars and fats. And if you don't drink coffee professionally, like I do, you might find that in the middle of a region, suddenly you're starving. And when I say starving, I mean starving to like a level that you've never experienced before in the middle of a region. So you do not want to bring a professional non-decaf cup of coffee if you're not a professional coffee drinker. However, uh, I'm not gonna recommend decaf either, because that's something you have to discuss with a parent. But decaf is actually a good choice in the sense that a lot of people think that decaf coffee doesn't have caffeine in it at all. Decaf coffee does have caffeine in it. It just has a lot less caffeine. And if you are not a professional coffee drinker, that decaf coffee will have a huge effect on you. So you could drink decaf coffee. Now, what do you put in the decaf coffee? Well, if you put milk in it with lactose, even if you're not lactose intolerant, I don't recommend that, because you may find that, well, the thing is that lactose intolerance is a spectrum. And if you drink the coffee with lactose in it, you might find that you get gassy and you have to go to the bathroom, and you skip a little bit of the test. You lose the time because you just were in the bathroom. So instead, I recommend putting milk in the coffee that is lactose free, including other milks that you might like oat milk or almond milk. I don't like those. So what I do is I either put lactate milk, which already has no lactose, or I put in any other brand of milk that has no lactose in it, or I put lactase powder in it, or a lactate pill. I crush it up and throw it in there. And then every time I'm taking a sip, I mix it up. But again, if you're not a professional coffee drinker, that should be decaf, not regular. Okay? Caffeine is a drug. It does need to be treated with the respect it deserves. If you just decide to drink a ton of coffee for a Regents and you're not a coffee drinker, you might find that it affects you in a very negative way. Okay. About other drugs and medicines, I mean, if you have a Weezer squeezer like I do, bring your Weezer squeezer with you and take it as often as you want. I've taken Weezer squeezers literally in the middle of some of these videos. So bring them with you, take a puff whenever you need it, and you're good. Now, about other illicit drugs that sometimes people take recreationally or for tests, highly recommend not doing those, because what ends up happening sometimes, and I've seen it happening, is that a student is so much more excited about the texture of the paper and the quality of the printing of the individual letters, and not the content of the letters than what is implied in the test. In other words, they completely zone out because they hyper focus on something that is not the actual Regents. So highly recommend not going for those illicit drugs that can be found recreationally. Highly, highly, highly recommend that. That is my snack section. Let's talk now, and again, about the subscribe button. You know the deal. If you want to be one of the 851 subscribers plus to get me ad revenue and get me to keep the ad revenue instead of YouTube keeping it itself, please let me know by subscribing. You can click the like button. The final thing I'm going to say before I go to number 21, about comments. I actually respond to all comments. So if you have any comments at all, questions, answers, thank yous, all of that, put that in the comments, and I will respond to that. Okay. So that said, numero 21, number 21, the World Wildlife Federation's report indicates that there has been a 60% decline in the size of the monitored wildlife population in just over 40 years. The most likely factor contributing to this decline was animals reproducing successfully, destruction of many natural habitats, passing environmental protection laws, or introduction of native species into habitats. Some of these don't even make sense if you think about what this is saying. A lot of students do trick themselves by answering the opposite question that they're asking. So we have to focus, we have to make sure that we answer the question that they're asking. So, because only one of these answers makes sense based on this. They said a factor, most likely factor contributing to the decline. Most likely factor contributing to the decline. What ends up happening is a student might read this and just turn it into a problem that says, what's the most likely thing that will fix the problem? Or the problem already happened. Now the area is recovering. In other words, they completely misinterpret the problem to mean its opposite. This problem says, what's the most likely factor contributing to the decline? Is it animals producing successfully? Of course not. This would contribute to a recovery. The next one, destruction of many natural habitats, would definitely contribute to the decline of the size of the monitored wildlife population, for sure. Number two is making really good sense. Number three, in passing environmental protection laws, this would contribute ideally to recovery, right? Ideally would contribute to recovery. Yes, it doesn't always have an immediate effect, but that would ideally contribute to a recovery. And then number four, the introduction of native species into habitats. This would also contribute to a recovery. So the only one that actually makes sense for contributing to the decline of the size of the monitored wildlife populations would be the destruction of their habitats. Okay, so this problem is a bit of a gimme question. A gimme question means give me the points. It's a gimme question because if you interpret it correctly, you will get your points. Okay? Let's shrink that a little bit so we have it on one screen. Número 22, number 22, an Adirondack mountain ecosystem is represented below. And I do look at it real quick, and I see a moose, I see a timber wolf, and I just see some other animals. Let me just look quickly at some animals, some birds, some plant stuff. Okay, I see more animals. Okay, so this is actually northern boreal forest taiga. Okay, then and an abiotic factor of this ecosystem is pH of the soil where the trees grow, or number of deer of reproductive age, or different species of grass present, or balance between predators and prey. abiotic factor, not biological. Abiotic factor. So we need to know what abiotic factor is. So a biotic factor is one that is biological, and abiotic factor, so a biotic biotic factor is one that is biological, and abiotic factor, the prefix a means not. Abiotic, not biological. Okay, so pH is not biological. This is H plus versus OH minus ions in chemistry or physics, or live environment. The number of deers, this is biological. No, so that's not it. Number three, the different species of grass, this is biological. And then so the only one that I think, if I were a student, I would be debating between is choice 1 and choice 4. Choice 4 is the balance between predator and prey. The balance between predator and prey, I could say, I could argue, well, it has to do with the predators and preys, but the numbers maybe are not biological themselves. But the thing is that the balance between them is a biological process. More predator, less prey, which causes fewer predators, which causes more prey, which causes more predators, which causes less prey. So it's actually a cyclical balance between predators and prey. That is biological. The balance, it's the balance. The balance, I don't want to circle it. The balance, let me write it over here. The balance is biological. Okay? So the pH, though, pH is just concentration of H plus or OH minus ions. And that's not biological. Número 23, number 23. A partial food chain is represented below. We see grass pointing to field mice, pointing to owls. A student observed owls hunting mice in a field. Some chemicals from the waste products of the owls were made available to be absorbed by the roots of the grasses due to the action of autotrophs, carnivores, herbivores, or decomposers. So the owls are flying through. This is an owl. Wow. Let's draw a better owl. Better owl. Better owl. That's a beak. That's an owl. Perfect. Way great owl. But now the owl, waste products. An owl literally poops. And now there's owl poop on the ground. Great. And now the chemicals from those waste products, the literal owl poop, was absorbed into the roots of the grasses. How were they absorbed from the roots into the roots? Well, first off, the poop had to be broken down. What breaks down the owl poop? The autotrophs. The grass makes energy from the sun, but it doesn't break down chemicals. Okay, the carnivores, they eat animals. They don't eat the poop of the owls. The herbivores, they eat plants, not the poop of the owls. The decomposers eat dead and decaying uh, matter, animal and plant matter. Plant matter. Okay, so the decomposers are responsible for breaking down decaying and dead animal matter. And I should actually erase the word decaying, because they're literally what they're doing is decaying the plant and animal matter. Okay, so definitely decomposers break down that poop so that it goes into mineral form, so that the grasses can absorb those nutrients. On that note, número 24, number 24, which two terms are opposite processes? Autotrophic nutrition and photosynthesis, or asexual reproduction and cloning, or digestion and synthesis, or natural selection and evolution. Which ones are opposite? Opposite. We have to know the word opposite. Let's just, opposite means, well, the reverse of each other. In this case, the reverse of each other or the antithesis of each other. So do autotrophic nutrition and photosynthesis, are they opposites? These are literally the same. Autotrophic nutrition and photosynthesis are literally the same. We said that the autotrophs are the producers. The autotrophs are the producers, and which ones are the producers? The grass. The one why these are not exactly the same. So photosynthesizers, well, same-ish, okay? Same-ish. Remember that we are so land focused that even I'm so land focused that I thought just same. Photosynthesizers are autotrophs. Chemosynthesis, bacteria that undergo chemosynthesis are also autotrophs. They're just not doing photosynthesis, they're doing chemosynthesis. Those are also autotrophs. So autotrophic nutrition, photosynthesis is autotrophic nutrition, so that's not it. These are opposites, they literally have to be opposites. So an opposite of photosynthesis might be consumption, okay? Asexual reproduction and cloning, this is another one. Cloning is an example of asexual reproduction. Okay, so that's not it. Now the next one, digestion and synthesis, is looking good to me because if I think about what synthesis is, putting chemicals together, digestion is breaking chemicals apart. But now this one, so I have to address why number 4 might be wrong. Natural selection and evolution. Natural selection is the process by which evolution occurs. Okay? Natural selection is the process by which evolution occurs. So they're not opposites at all. But what about digestion and synthesis? Digestion equals the breakdown of nutrients. But synthesis is the combination of nutrients to form more complex molecules. So those are literally opposites. Digestion and synthesis are literally opposites. Okay? Número 25, number 25. Which human activity would most likely deplete finite resources? Recycling of aluminum and paper, protection of wildlife habitats, or uncontrolled population growth, or regulations that reduce industrial pollution? I think the key words deplete. Deplete means reduce access to finite resources. Deplete them. So recycling turns those finite resources into a form that can be re-accessed. So that keyword eliminates that. The protection of wildlife habitats, it maintains access to wildlife, to those habitats for wildlife. That causes that to be eliminated. Uncontrolled population growth definitely will deplete resources. So this is looking really good. Whereas regulations that reduce industrial pollution, right? So let's cross those out and select choice 3. Notice that in all of these questions, I have been successfully able to eliminate all the incorrect answers, not only get the right answer, but also cross out all the incorrect answers. And that's actually a strategy that you want to keep in mind when you're taking this test, okay? Now, number 26, número 26, macaques are a species of monkey. They normally reproduce sexually, But in January 2018, scientists cloned 2 baby macaques from a single body cell. These monkeys are genetically identical to each other, but different from the donor of the body cell, or different from each other, but identical to the donor body cell, or identical to each other and to the donor of the body cell, or different from each other and from the donor of the body cell. This is the first, what I call 2x2 question. That we've encountered. So I finally get to explain what a 2x2 question is. So I'm going to draw this box, but I don't recommend you draw this box. I'm only drawing it for the explanation purposes. So what is a 2x2 question? A 2x2 question is a question that's not actually really asking you to choose between one of 4 choices, but it's asking you to choose between 2 sets of 2 separate choices. So what are the choices? Identical to mother, or identical to each other, or different from each other. And then separately, let me take a sip of this. Separately, they're asking if they're different from the donor of the body cell. Or donor with an O. I'm afraid of accidentally erasing the, okay, DONO. Or are they identical to the donor? Now, most other tests, literally all the math tests and all the other science tests have a lot more 2x2 questions. But if you notice, choice 1 is identical to each other but different from the donor. So this is choice 1. Choice 2 is different from each other but identical to the donor. So this is choice 2. And then choice 3 is identical to each other and to the donor. This is choice 3. And then different from each other and different from the donor. So this is choice 4. Do I recommend writing this diagram every time? No. In fact, I specifically recommend not drawing this out. What I want you to do is to be able to recognize a 2x2 question. What makes this a 2x2 question? Again, if you sit there and analyze each individual choice for which one makes the most sense to you, you may struggle and you may actually get it wrong because you're trying to justify 2 things simultaneously. But in fact, this is not asking you 2 things simultaneously. Well, it is asking you 2 things simultaneously, but you can just separate the 2 things. Separately, ask yourself, are the 2 monkeys identical to each other or different from each other? Then separately ask yourself, are the 2 monkeys different from the donor or identical to the donor? So compare them to each other, and then separately compare them to the donor. Now, which one makes the most sense to you? So here's how do you answer this question? If you can answer both of those questions separately, you get the answer to this question. If you can only answer one of these questions, then you have a 50-50 chance of getting it right, and you got a passing problem, which is great. So which one is the one that makes the most sense? Let's see. Again, macaques are a species of monkey. They normally reproduce sexually, but in January, scientists cloned 2 babies from a single body cell. So literally, there was a macaque, okay, and they took a body cell. They took a body cell, maybe a bicep, maybe a liver, maybe some other part of the body cell, maybe a gamete. Oh no, not a gamete cell, but some other part of the body cell, and then that cell was used to clone 2 whole brand new macaques. Okay. Well, that single body cell was used to make these 2 macaques. This body cell does not change its genetic material as it's splitting because it already has exactly the number of chromosomes that it needs to make this macaque, which means that, and this is an important thing in cloning, the offspring are identical to the parent, to the donor. Okay? The offspring are identical to the donor. And in fact, there's one of these that can be eliminated pretty quickly, even if you don't have any intuition, because they can't be identical to the donor, but different from each other, right? They can't be identical to the donor, but different from each other. So we could already eliminate that. But again, they have to be identical to the donor. So that's a test taking strategy. There's too many test taking strategies going on here. Let me focus on one test taking strategy, the 2x2. The reason I eliminated choice 2 already was because they can't be identical to the donor and different from each other. But then I undid that because I want to focus on the 2x2ness of it. The offspring from cloning are identical to the donor. The literal that's literally what cloning does. Okay, like literally, if you take like a planaria worm and cut it in half, the two halves will form two new planaria, and they'll be identical to the original planaria. So they will be identical to the donor. They will not be different from the donor. Notice that this eliminated two of the choices. It didn't say which one of these two choices is going to be correct, 3 or 2, but right now, at least we have two answers that to fake student me were more clear. They definitely have to be identical to the donor. So anyone that said that they were different from the donor has to be crossed out. Identical to the donor, we're going to keep that. Identical to the donor, we're going to keep that. But different from the donor, we're going to cross that out. Now, the question is, are they identical to the donor or are they now identical to each other or different from each other? Well, if they're identical to the donor, then they literally have to be identical to each other. You can't you can't make like a literal photocopy of a page twice, but then have the two pages be different, right? Same thing. You can't make a copy of an original, make them be identical to the original, but also be different from each other. So they can't. They are not different from each other. They are identical to each other, leaving only choice 3 as as a viable answer. Again, the big strategy for this question was the 2x2 strategy. The 2x2 strategy. If you have a 2x2 question, you can instead of answering the question in 2 separate steps, answer the question instead of answering the question in 1 step, trying to analyze both things simultaneously, which one makes the sense both simultaneously, actually separate the 2 things and answer the question about each thing separately. Número 27, number 27. Which event would most likely be the immediate result of significantly lowering the oxygen concentration in a freshwater lake? Lowering the oxygen concentration in a freshwater lake. What would be the most likely the immediate result? Okay. Decrease in the number of fish, or increase in the number of plants, or an increase in biodiversity, or a decrease in water temperature. Immediate result. Okay. Immediate result. Perhaps there is an effect on the water temperature eventually, but it would not be immediately. I don't know what the effect would be. Not immediate. A few things would have to happen when you reduce the oxygen concentration for the temperature to actually drop. So definitely this would not be immediate. Okay. And you can come up with arguments why the temperature would increase eventually and also why it would decrease eventually. I mean, but definitely would not decrease immediately. The next one, an increase in biodiversity, like if you literally reduce the amount of oxygen in the lake. Remember, the freshwater lake is pretty stable with a certain amount of oxygen. You reduce the amount of oxygen in that lake, it's not going to increase in biodiversity. It's going to cause a decrease in biodiversity. So then the next one is the decrease in oxygen concentration going to decrease the number of fish, or is it going to increase the number of plants? I can imagine why, as a student, you might be debating between 1 and 2, but either way, we have a passing problem because we have a 50-50 chance of getting it right now. I can imagine why you would say that there might be an increase in the number of plants, because if you decrease the oxygen concentration, maybe that causes an increase in the number of plants. You have to increase the amount of carbon dioxide in the water, though, to increase the number of plants, and that wouldn't happen immediately. Maybe, question mark, but not immediately. This requires carbon dioxide. plus nutrients. Okay. So maybe that happens, but it's not immediate. But fish are oxygen breathing animals. They need oxygen all the time. They lose oxygen. As you know, you can hold your breath for a certain number of minutes before that's it, before lights out. Same thing with fish. They need oxygen, constant access to oxygen. You reduce the amount of oxygen in a lake, you will decrease the number. You will decrease the number of fish immediately. This is very immediate because the carrying capacity of the lake would go down immediately. Okay. Número 28, number 28. And I took a picture of these papayas with this disease that this is talking about. Número 28, number 28. Scientists have modified papayas to be resistant to the papaya ring spot virus and to decrease the amount of time it takes for them to ripen. These modifications may cause papayas to ripen too slowly, causing loss of revenue, or are passed to any organism that eats them, making the organism resistant to the virus, or are an example of using agricultural technologies to increase farm yields, or could spread ring spot virus throughout the entire ecosystem. Now, this is one of those questions that if you just analyze the content of the question, you realize that there's only one answer that makes sense. So, in other words, if you analyze them, you might actually be able to get to the point where you can answer the question with 100% accuracy. But if we look at this, we are talking about modifying the papaya viruses to be modifying the papaya to be resistant to the papaya ring spot virus and to decrease the time it takes to ripen. Does it cause papayas to ripen too slowly? No, quickly. So that one's wrong. But in other words, choice one contradicts the content of the problem itself. Number two, are passed to any organism that eats them, making an organism resistant to the virus. I don't want to underline and make you think that it's right. Genes are not passed this way. You do not become a papaya or anything similar to a papaya by eating one. Okay. Number three, are an example of using agricultural technologies to increase farm yields. That actually makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Although maybe you might not be willing to stick to that answer like with super duper confidence because you haven't read choice four yet. But it does make sense. I mean, why would a scientist want to modify the papaya to be resistant to a papaya ring spot virus? Maybe the papaya ring spot virus doesn't make the papaya taste very good or last very long. And the second time, making it ripen faster allows it to get to the shelf faster. So it does make sense. But now let's analyze choice four. Could spread the ring spot virus? Actually, this again, I don't want to circle it. This actually decreases the ring spot virus prevalence. So the only one that does make sense is choice three. And the other ones actually individually don't fit the content of the problem. Numero 29, number 29. Vaccinated individuals are protected from disease because their bodies have been stimulated to produce antibodies against specific pathogens or synthesize antigens against harmful microbes or make fewer white blood cells during infection or manufacture more enzymes to react to microbes. So I would definitely think about this one and which ones make sense. Synthesize though antigens against harmful microbes. This is one. So let's talk about the way if I were a student, fake student me would take this. Does a vaccine stimulate the body to produce antibodies against specific antigens? I know it does that. So that one seems to make sense to me. But then I read synthesize antigens against harmful microbes, and I know that an antigen is a chemical or other organism that harms an organism. So I might be saying to myself that this one makes a little bit of sense to me. So fake student me, might put a checkbox there. And I'm struggling because I read choice one and choice two, and I'm like, they both make sense to me. But then I read on and I see make fewer white blood cells during infection. Definitely not. They make more. Okay, so not choice three is not valid. And then this one, manufacture more enzymes to react to microbe, more antibodies. Okay, and then I have to remember how um, which one of these. So it's not choice four. So I have to think about choice one and choice two. Fake student me has to think: is it that our bodies produce more antibodies against a specific pathogen, or is it that we synthesize antigens against harmful microbes? And again, they both make a little bit of sense to me as a fake student. But the thing is that the vaccines are not. The one thing is that they're not vaccines that protect against all microbes. They protect against really very specific microbes. The COVID vaccine, which by the way is an extremely safe and it's a modern marvel of vaccines. It's gonna in history, it's gonna be looked at as one of the greatest inventions that humans have ever made. Um, uh, does it helps our bodies produce antibodies against specifically the COVID-19 virus. Uh, so why is choice two not the answer? Well, because choice two, uh, it's not those objects that attack specific pathogens are antibodies. They actually have that name, antibodies. So we don't want to call them antigens, and that's why choice two is not the answer. And then they don't create generic antigens that attack generic microbes. They create antibodies that actually attack specific microbes. Okay, so choice one really fits very well. So for the problem, synthesizing antigens against harmful microbes, these aren't really antigens. They're antibodies. Okay, so número 30, number 30. A specific, I'm sorry, a species of predatory wasp is introduced to control an insect pest. A possible negative consequence of this action is that the new predatory wasp may limit the population of the insect pest, prey on beneficial insects, or disrupt mineral availability in the ecosystem, or cause an increase in pesticide resistant plants. So if you analyze some of these answers, so this one, limit the population, it does do this, but this is the goal, right? And they said a negative consequence. That's why cross one is crossed out. Now you might say, well, but the insect pest, you might want it there anyway. You might not want to eliminate completely, and you might say one makes sense because of that. But again, this was the goal. If this was the goal of the action, that's not considered to be a negative. That's considered to be a positive. And so then number two, uh, if that predatory wasp preys on beneficial insects, this would be bad, right? So that is definitely something that a predatory wasp might do. Now, number three, disrupts mineral availability in the ecosystem. There's nothing. This is not addressed by a predatory wasp situation. So it's not addressed in this situation. Can a predatory wasp actually be a keystone species and we mess up royally? Yeah, but that's uh not what's addressed in this problem. This is we're talking about the one property that this wasp has, and the one property that was this wasp has in this problem is that it's predatory. That's why we would eliminate choice three. Okay, but maybe fake student me is not sure, so I put an X there instead of an X on number three, right on the three. But and then I look at choice four, cause an increase in pesticide resistant plant. This is not addressed at all, and they're not linked. A wasp and pesticides not linked at all. So choice four doesn't make sense. So maybe I the thing is I put a little X next to the three because I'm not sure of it. But choice two definitely would be bad and is theoretically possible if they prey on beneficial insects. So choice two is the one that actually makes sense. for the problem. Okay. Now, part B1. Part B1 is very similar to part 1. So I'm not going to address the real differences between part B1 and part A. It's actually just better to think of it kind of as being the same. However, there's a lot of like two-part questions here. That's one big thing. And there's a lot of like paragraphs that we have to analyze for the purposes of the problem. Okay? So in fact, this is already a two-part problem, 31 and 32. So let's read. Mercury levels in various seafood, fish or seafood types. And this actually, I'm going to talk about types of fish that we could eat if we want to be healthier, because there's a thing that I've heard in people, friends, and YouTube videos say about what kind of fish we should or should not eat. By the way, I heard one say that tilapia is a fake fish. I've heard friends of mine say tilapia is a fake fish because somebody literally took tilapia, put it in water, and like squeezed out water. That doesn't mean that tilapia is a fake fish. That just means that tilapia absorbs water. Tilapia is very much a real fish. Okay, so do not, if you see a video that says tilapia is a fake fish, or heard someone say tilapia is a real fish, you don't have to contradict them in front of everybody. Say actually tilapia is a real fish, but no, tilapia is a real fish. But mercury levels in various fish or seafood types. Industrialization has contributed to unsafe levels of mercury compounds building up in aquatic ecosystems, including in the tissues of many predatory fish species. As a result, accumulating in the tissues of many predatory fish species. As a result, many people have concerns about eating any seafood. The mercury at relatively high levels can be especially harmful during development of a fetus and of young children. Okay, harmful to the development of a fetus and young children. It can also affect adult health in various ways. However, seafood is also an important part of the healthy diet. The omega-3 fats in seafood are essential to the proper functioning of the circulatory system. They are also important for optimal development in the baby's brain and nervous system. The table below contains data about the mercury levels in several kinds of seafood. And I do look at this table, but I go back to the table and read it again because you can't absorb everything. Fish or seafood types, swordfish, king mackerel, cod, trout, halibut, tilapia, shrimp, and I see numbers 0.995 all the way down to 0.009 in that order. And so question 31, numero 31, based on the information given, which statement concerning the eating of fish and seafood is most accurate? 1, people should avoid eating seafood because the negative effects of the mercury in the seafood are far worse than any benefits that eating seafood may provide. Even shrimp and tilapia contain high levels of mercury. 2, the normal development of a baby's nervous system requires that the mother be more concerned with eating enough seafood and less concerned with the side effects of higher levels of mercury of the child on the child. And choice 3, eating certain selected species of seafood can provide health benefits without the negative effects of high mercury intake. Or it is important that pregnant women eat a regular diet of seafood, including swordfish, halibut, and cod. Okay, so this is where I go back, and the problem said mercury is harmful in uh in uh in large amounts in both women, in both adults, but also the developing fetus and small children. Okay, if I look at number 4, it says it's important that pregnant women eat a regular seafood diet, including swordfish, halibut, and cod. Swordfish, cod, and halibut. Well, halibut seems to have a small amount of mercury relative to cod, and definitely relative to swordfish. It seems to have an immense amount of of mercury, 0.995 compared to the 0.024. Mercury, swordfish seems to have like what 40 times more mercury approximately. So I'm going to cross out the swordfish, and because of that, I'm going to cross out choice 4. The choice, what about choice 1 and choice 2? These are opinions that people have, and that's where the issue lies. The problem said that mercury is harmful for some adults, but also for growing fetuses and young children. But that the omega-3s in seafood are an important nutrient. So the problem did say that it implies that actually eating seafood is probably a good idea. So this one says choice one, people should avoid eating seafood because of the negative effects are far worse than the benefits of eating seafood. And then it said even shrimp and tilapia contain high levels, and this is actually false because of the low levels, okay, of mercury. So that one's false, and it's also an opinion that they should avoid it anyway. That's not, the information does not say that. The information in the problem, in fact, says that we should actually be eating seafood. Then choice two, the normal development of a baby's nervous system requires that a mother be more concerned with eating enough seafood and less concerned with the side effects of higher level. This is again not true. So it's not true that a mother should be more concerned with eating seafood and less concerned with the side effects of the high levels of mercury. A mother should definitely be concerned with the effects of the high levels of mercury. They should be concerned about mercury. And they should watch videos about which sea animals are safer in terms of the mercury. But now here's the interesting thing. I know a lot of people that say things like you should not eat the bottom feeder animals because they're eating the stuff that's at the bottom of the lakes and streams and the oceans. And that seems legit, except it is as insane as it sounds. It's completely the opposite. Why would it be the opposite? Maybe this might help you buy it. Have you ever eaten something uh like and found that you're like becoming poisoned by the thing that you're eating? I most likely, unless you had a bad batch of something, like literally if you had something that had already gone bad, maybe you got sick, but that's not because you ate the thing, that's because you ate something tainted. Leave rice in the fridge for 7 days, that rice might actually cause you harm. Leave rice in the fridge for 1 day, big whoop. 1 day is good. Heat it up again, microwave it, put it in the stove, whatever you want, eat it. It's fine. Eating something tainted is a bad thing. But point is, the that thing is not causing you harm just because you eat it once. Um, so where is the harm? The harm can come from eating the same thing over and over and over and over. That's where the harm can go. So if you eat swordfish, which by the way is a tasty fish, and I have had swordfish, um, the problem is it has a lot of mercury. Your body gets rid of mercury extremely slowly. But if I have swordfish today and like a month later I have another piece of swordfish, that's not that big of a deal. But if I had swordfish today and tomorrow and the day after and the day after and the day after and the day after and literally every single day, now that's where a problem starts. Where Why is it that swordfish has so much mercury in it? But look at tilapia all the way at the bottom, and look at shrimp all the way at the bottom. So a shrimp has per ounce about 60% of the mercury that a tilapia has. What happens is that organisms take in the mercury, and the mercury takes a very long time to leave the animal. So the mercury does not get concentrated in the animal by eating things around that have mercury. The mercury actually gets concentrated by eating animals that ate things that had mercury. So the tilapia and the shrimp, in terms of the mercury concentration at least, are actually the more healthy animals. But then other animals eat tilapia, they get more mercury in the bodies than any other animal. Then those animals that eat the animals that ate the tilapia get even more mercury. So that actually the very large fish, the predatory fish, are the ones that have an immense amount of mercury in the bodies, including swordfish, including like salmon, and including certain types of tuna. The big fish are the ones that are the more dangerous ones to eat in terms of mercury content. And tilapia tends to be a healthier fish in terms of mercury content. How could it be? Well, it could. The reason is, yes, it is that tilapia eats the stuff at the bottom of the lake, but they're not sitting eating just garbage and then just taking all that garbage and not processing it. They're literally eating plant matter and small animals, and processing it and incorporating the clean parts while getting rid of the dirty parts. So tilapia is actually a healthier fish than some of the bigger fish. As crazy as it sounds. So yeah, if you're pregnant, tilapia is an extremely healthy choice. And choice 3 is the answer for number 31. Número 32, number 32. Which statement is best supported by the information provided about the levels of mercury present in seafood? Human activities do not affect mercury levels in fish species, or future generations can be affected by choices made by past and present generations, or fish that consume plants have the highest levels of mercury compounds, uh, or if people stop eating fish, then the mercury levels in the fish will decrease. Well, there's some that we can eliminate. It's not the eating of the fish that causes the fish to get more mercury. These are not correlated. Okay, so that's why that one's wrong. Then choice 1 though, human activities do not affect mercury levels. Sure they do. Where's the mercury coming from? Actually, it's coming from human made stuff. What ends up happening if humans just I used to watch these YouTube videos called Life After People. If humans literally just disappeared, these fish would still have a ton of mercury in their bodies, but little by little, all that mercury would literally, very little by very little, would eventually sink to the bottom of the ocean, get incorporated into the soil, and the mercury would basically disappear from the organisms. Um, so yeah, that's definitely not true. Uh, so choice 2 though, future generations can be affected by choices made by past and present generations. Yeah, totally true. Yeah. Now, is it the best answer for this problem? Let's look for choice 3. Um, fish that consume plants have the highest level of mercury compounds. Actually, no. Uh, fish that consume animals, other animals, have the highest concentration of mercury. So choice 2 being true is also for this problem the correct answer. Okay. Número 33, number 33. Grasshopper mice feed on bark scorpions, but unlike other mice, grasshopper mice are unaffected by the painful venom of the scorpion. Scientists have determined that these mice have one amino acid difference in their pain receptors, which causes the receptor to function differently and prevents feeling the pain associated with the scorpion venom. The change in protein function was originally caused by a change in molecular bases located in the nucleus, or fat molecules in the cell membrane, or the amino acids in the DNA, or the genes located in the protein. Uh, so let's some of these could be eliminated by knowing a little bit of the structure uh, of the cell and how the cell functions. Like this one, the genes located in the proteins. No, DNA codes for proteins. Okay? Proteins do not contain DNA. Proteins are coded by the DNA. Proteins are coded by the DNA. The DNA literally shows itself, and a ribosome comes through and reads it, and then codes for a protein. Somewhere that RNA is DNA is converted into an DNA is read and an RNA is copy of it, or is essentially a copy of it is printed, and then that RNA is read somewhere else, and that codes for a protein by coding for individual amino acids. So the next one, the choice, so that one's not wrong, right? But the choice 3, the amino acids in DNA, actually DNA is composed of deoxyribonucleic acids, not amino acids, deoxyribonucleic acids. Okay, that's in fact DNA. There we go. So it's not that one. Next one. So it's either, so now we have a passing problem, by the way. Passing problem. So we have a 50-50 chance of getting right. It leads us towards a passing grade, even if we're not sure at this point. But let's see. The molecular bases located in the nucleus. Like none of these are mentioning DNA directly, and that's what might cause a lot of students problems. Whereas like choice three mentions DNA, which causes some students to gravitate towards it. But let's see. Molecular bases located in the nucleus or fat molecules in the cell membrane. Again, this change in protein function was originally caused by, the change in the protein function was caused by molecular bases located in the nucleus or fat molecules in the cell membrane. This does not, this is not an original cause. Because in fact, they said that the pain receptors, one amino acid difference in a pain receptor. This is not, it's not even in a fat molecule. It's in a pain receptor. It's an amino acid in a pain receptor. Okay? And so then choice two is wrong. But how is it choice one? It didn't even seem to mention DNA. Let's talk about another piece of it. Proteins do not contain DNA. DNA codes for proteins. Let's talk about this DNA codes for proteins. But what are proteins? Proteins are composed of amino acids. And 3 letters in the DNA code for a specific amino acid. So literally 3 letters are read, and then a specific amino acid is produced as a result. Proteins are composed of amino acids. So that's, if you look at choice one, though, the change in protein function was originally caused by a change in molecular bases contained in the nucleus. Where is DNA contained? DNA is contained in the nucleus. So this is looking good. This is actually looking good. Now, what about these molecular bases? What's these molecular bases? This is actually the nuclear bases. The DNA, these are the DNA are the A, C, T, and G that make up the DNA, adenine, cytosine, thymine, and guanine, are the nuclear bases. And they just said it, one amino acid difference. One amino acid difference means that one codon somehow was switched, was changed in some way to code for a slightly different protein in the DNA. In other words, in the nuclear bases. Some number of A's, C's, T's, and G's in a single codon was switched to make a different nuclear base. And that's it. Those molecular bases that it's referring to are literally the DNA. Okay? Number 34, numero 34, certain organisms living deep in the ocean can obtain energy from inorganic compounds that flow out of volcanic vents. They can use this energy to synthesize energy-rich organic compounds, and this is why I've been talking about chemosynthesis. This is chemosynthesis. So in other words, the stuff that I've been talking about, like yes, a lot of the energy that we get comes from photosynthetic creatures, one way or another. But there is a lot of chemosynthesis happening at the bottom of the ocean. So certain organisms living deep in the ocean can obtain energy from inorganic compounds that flow out of volcanic vents. They can use this energy to synthesize energy-rich organic compounds, which row in the chart below correctly pairs an organism that performs a similar function in land environments with the process involved. So chemosynthesis, this is an autotroph. The autotrophs do this. Okay. So which ones perform a similar function in a land environment? Do small animals do this through respiration, or do grasses do it through photosynthesis, or small animals through photosynthesis, or grasses through respiration? We could eliminate choice 3 because small animals do not. Small animals no matter how much you want them to be plants, are not photosynthetic. Okay? Small animals are not photosynthetic. Okay? So, uh, but do grasses produce energy from inorganic compounds through respiration? Actually, they undergo respiration to undergo their own life functions. They do not produce energy through this. Grasses looks good, but not respiration. And then small animals through respiration, they're not producing energy um, from inorganic compounds through respiration. They're using energy. And here they're also using energy. So we could eliminate choice 4 and choice 1, but grasses are the autotrophs, are one of the autotrophs that exist on land. So they produce energy from inorganic compounds through photosynthesis. They get the light, they get the energy from the light. They absorb the light in interesting chemical ways, and they use that energy then to produce sugars. Okay, and then they use the sugars to do a lot of other things. So they do use their own sugars. They're literally not producing sugars for us when we eat the plants. They're producing sugars for themselves, so they can use their own sugars to do their own stuff, including producing ATP for themselves. But the initial energy comes from the sun. Number 35, numero 35. Scientists are concerned about the decreasing numbers in the populations of Atlantic salmon along the east coast of North America due to overfishing and changes in their breeding environment. Some businesses have developed farm-raised populations of certain varieties of salmon. Large farm-raised populations have a limited genetic diversity as compared to wild-caught salmon. Which row in the chart below correctly pairs possible effects of fish farming? Effects of fish farming. So we're looking for effects of fish farming. And the charts are negative effects and positive effects. Choice 1. Negative effect, loss of biodiversity among farm fish. Positive effect, increased sale of fish, a food source. Sounds good to me so far. Or choice 2, negative effect, increased sale of fish, a food source. Doesn't sound like a negative. But maybe you have the opinion that that's a negative because you don't want to sell more fish, but it doesn't sound like a negative to me. After all, what's the goal? We are omnivores. Do remember that we are omnivores. Increased sale of fish, a food source, and then a positive effect, limited genetic diversity of salmon in population. No, even if you disagree that that increased sale of fish is or is not a negative effect, limited genetic diversity is not a positive effect. So we're going to cross out 2 before we even go to number 3. Choice 3, loss of biodiversity in wild fish is definitely a well in wild fish. That is a bad thing. You'd have to argue why that's possible. But a positive effect, decreased population size, that is definitely not a positive effect. So we were successfully avoided addressing why that might be a possible negative effect of fish farming. Well, how could fish farming produce a loss of biodiversity in wild fish? There are arguments to be made, but they're a bit of a stretch. But either way, decrease in population size is not a positive effect. So there we go. Negative effect, choice 4, increased biodiversity is not, this is a positive effect if it happens. And increased population size. So choice 4 is eliminated because it's not, it doesn't have a negative effect. So choice 1 already looked like a good one. Let's talk about loss of biodiversity. That is a huge bad for any situation. You don't want to lose biodiversity because when you do lose biodiversity, you increase the amount of identical genes in a population, which decreases the resistance of that population to any harmful effects that can come in the future. Think about it like this: humans have a certain amount of biodiversity. Fun fact: genetic diversity in humans is not nearly as big as you would think, especially if you look at like the superficial differences in humans, like skin color, height, for example, hair color. It's easy for us to think that there's a ton of genetic diversity in humans, but that's because we have evolved to look at and see differences in different people. it does turn out that the genetic diversity in humans is actually very low compared to other people, to other living things. Even some living things with a much significantly smaller population than humans. Humans have about 7 billion people on Earth as of the making of this video, a little more than 7 billion. And there's some animals that have around a million or 2 million and still have way more genetic diversity than we do. Because there was a there was a bottleneck event that happened that's estimated to have happened about 15,000 years ago, or maybe more thousands of years ago, but we're not exactly sure. But it might have been that our population was reduced to an extremely small number of breeding pairs. So imagine in a situation where humans had even less genetic diversity and then something like COVID appeared. Either COVID wouldn't have affected us because maybe the genetic diversity that we had was very lucky and happened to not be affected by the small genetic diversity happened to not be affected by the COVID virus, or so many of us had exactly the right genes that COVID liked, and so many of us were affected by COVID that the death toll would have been much more extreme. Having less genetic diversity is bad. Having more genetic diversity is good. And that's actually one of the arguments about why eugenics is an extremely bad idea. Eugenics is the process of breeding humans based on what we perceive to be positives. It actually, though, uh, produces less genetic diversity, which is extremely harmful. It's actually better to just let, in terms of genetic diversity, it's way better to let humanity's genetics take its course. Let all that stuff happen naturally. Um, so loss of biodiversity is definitely a bad thing, and increased sale of fish, a food source. Again, you may think that as a bad thing, as an opinion, like you may feel like buying fish is bad because we should all be vegetarians. But again, we are omnivores. That we should not take that opinion into this test. We should recognize that if you are a vegetarian or vegan, that's still us being omnivores, increasing the sale of fish that would normally be would normally be uh, fished from the ocean, increasing access to them from farmed areas to allow the populations in the ocean to grow is a good thing on average, right? Numero 36, number 36. DNA studies have shown that bears and raccoons evolved from a common ancestor about 50 million years ago. Okay, bears, raccoons, common ancestor. Giant pandas evolved from a more recent ancestor that was related to bears. The red panda evolved from a more recent ancestor that was related to raccoons. Which evolutionary tree best represents these sequences of events? And the choice one has raccoon and red panda together, and giant panda and bear together. Choice two has bear branching out to raccoons and then separately branching out to red panda and giant panda. Raccoon and choice three has raccoon branching out to bear and separately branching out to red panda and giant panda. And then choice four has giant panda and raccoon together and red panda and bear together, and all four branching out from another common ancestor further down. This is what we have to address. So bears and raccoons are distantly related. So the split happens early. Happens early. Okay. Whereas and giant pandas evolved from a more recent ancestor that was related to bears. So bears and pandas, giant pandas, split more recently. So they should be closer together. So anyone that has bears and giant pandas together are more likely to be right. Bear and giant panda are together in choice one, they're more likely to be right. Bear is here the base animal that, and bear split to red panda and giant panda. That this is not it, because bear is not, excuse me, giant pandas did not split from bears themselves. Bears and pandas together split from a common ancestor. Okay. And there's something to be said about, like a lot of politics of evolution, but I'll talk about that too. I don't want to address politics and religion, but I'll talk about one of the arguments that's made that we just need to address the definition of. So that one doesn't make sense. And also, this one said that raccoon and bears evolved from a common ancestor. Same deal. Raccoon and bears. This one implies that bears evolved from raccoons, when in fact bears and raccoons evolved from a common ancestor. And then this one says, so giant pandas and bears are in different trees, and it implies that they split a long time ago compared to giant pandas and raccoons splitting more recently. And in fact, it says that red pandas evolved from a common ancestor with raccoons, when in fact red pandas and raccoons are closer. So this is choice one is the only one that actually matches that, and so choice one seems to be the only one that makes sense. Now about a thing that people say, that humans evolved from monkeys. Does evolution say that humans evolved from monkeys? And give your opinion. Did humans evolve from monkeys in the chat if you want? Give your opinion about whether humans evolved from monkeys in the chat if you want. But did we evolve from monkeys? Actually, the way we interpret evolution is not that any one animal evolved from another animal, but rather that both animals evolved from a common ancestor. Okay, so so that means that humans did not evolve from monkeys. Humans and monkeys had a common ancestor, and that ancestor was not a monkey. That ancestor was an ancestor of both humans and monkeys. And what do we call that animal? The most recent common ancestor of humans and monkeys? I don't know. What about chimpanzees? Chimpanzees and humans are most closely related. Did we evolve from chimpanzees? Actually, then the answer is again no. Humans and chimpanzees evolved from a common ancestor. Did that common ancestor look more like a chimpanzee or more like a human? I think that would be an argument that you'd have to think about. I mean, humans are much less hairy than chimpanzees, and that common ancestor was probably a lot more hairy, so it probably in that way looked a little more like a chimp. But there's a lot of ways in which chimpanzees evolved that made them evolve and change, and so they are distinct from that common ancestor. So, what is another example though? Did birds evolve from dinosaurs? Well, the answer to that one is yes and no. The answer to that one is yes and no. Birds, it did evolve from an animal that is in the dinosaur lineage. So that implies not that birds evolved from dinosaurs, but that birds are dinosaurs. And so if you didn't know that, surprise. Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are avian dinosaurs. Birds are avian dinosaurs. And so the asteroid that came to Earth and landed in Chicxulub and killed off the dinosaurs 66 million years ago did not kill off all the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. It really killed off the non-avian dinosaurs 66 million years ago. But it left some birds alive, some avian dinosaurs. So that's the way we describe evolution. So two species that are alive now evolved from a common ancestor. It's not that one evolved from the other, it's that they evolved from a common ancestor. Now, will that language change later in the future? It is possible that the language changes a little bit later in the future, but right now it hasn't. Okay? The story is a lot more complicated than just that, but right now it hasn't. Punctuated equilibrium does allow for a little bit of wiggle room to what we just talked about, but a little bit only. But it is more correct to say that humans and chimps, for example, evolved from a common ancestor. Número 37, number 37, researchers studying water fleas, tiny organisms that live in fresh water, have noticed that the appearance of water flea follows appearance of the water flea follows the pattern as seen in the table below. And the effects of predator type on water flea appearance, type of predator and water flea appearance, and it's a picture, not drawn to scale. No predator looks a certain way. Stickleback fish, if they're stickleback fish, it looks a different way. Okay? And if there's back swimming bugs, it looks a different way. It's this weird helmet looking way. If all three water fleas are genetically identical, and that's an important part of the problem, genetically identical, which statement best explains why the three water fleas have different appearances? One, random alteration of genes occur in water fleas when they eat different foods, or predators in the water flea's environment cause mutation in the water fleas, or genes are not evolved in the appearance of these water fleas, or water flea gene expression can be influenced by the type of predator present in their environment. So let's see. First off, it said genetically identical. So choice one, random alteration of genes in water fleas when they eat different foods. That's not it. And it's not talking about what they eat. Remember, these are the predator. These are the prey. These water fleas are the prey animals. The predators are either the stickleback fish or the back swimming bug or no predator. Okay. The second one, predators in the water fleas environment cause mutations in the water flea. These again are genetically identical. The problem said genetically identical. Problem said genetically identical. Then choice three, genes are not involved in the appearance of water fleas. Last time I checked, literally genes govern everything, don't they? So for me, fake student me is not liking that answer, so I put an X next to it, but I'm not willing to cross it out immediately. Fake student me. Now, real teacher me is like, I don't like it at all. But fake student me is like, well, I'm stuck with two more answers, and I didn't like maybe four when I read it. But actually, four, if you read it, water flea gene expression can be influenced by the type of predator present in the environment. Now, this is an interesting thing that sometimes is new to us that we maybe didn't know, but especially because the more complex that an organism is, generally speaking, the less that gene expression has in terms of being an extreme effect on the organism. In other words, if you changed my environment from I'm 42 now, from 0 years old to 42 years old, in a small way or even a medium sized way, I probably would still look mostly exactly how I look now. Maybe thicker, maybe thinner, maybe bulkier, maybe less bulky. Different things might change a little bit how I look, but generally speaking, I would look exactly like this. And the proof of that is that if you take two identical twins and separate them at birth, when they are raised separately, they generally speaking look identical anyway, even though they were raised in different environments. But when the creature is a lot simpler and smaller, especially, small changes in gene expression can completely change the way the species looks. So this actually is something that is true and happens in real life. So it is choice four. Gene expression is what that one is talking about. Gene expression is what that one is talking about. So you can animals and plants and other living things can express genes at a different rate and can modify their growth patterns by doing that. Base your answers to 38 and 39 on the information below in your knowledge of biology. Mitochondria inherited from the father. That's new. I learned something new when I read this problem. Uh, it was widely accepted that humans inherited their mitochondria only from their mothers. In 2002, an individual suffering from fatigue and muscle pain was found to have a mutation in his mitochondrial DNA. DNA sequencing of family members revealed that he had inherited the mutated mitochondria from his father. Surprise, right? Since 2002, evidence of additional cases of children inheriting mitochondrial mutations from their fathers had been found. That's wild. I literally had never read that before. So this one. But we should understand that it's generally speaking inherited from the mother, and I guess now we should say in extremely, extremely rare cases, mitochondria can be inherited from the father. Let's not take that as the norm. Let's take that as the exception when we are doing these tests. Because if we take that as the norm and not the exception, we can get a lot of questions wrong. So, número 38, number 38, the discovery that humans can inherit mitochondria from their fathers illustrates the concept that inquiry does not judge the reliability of sources, or experiments without controls are not valid, or scientific explanations are tentative and subject to change, or advancements in technology usually make scientific theories invalid. Okay, first off, I'm going to go to number 3. It says scientific explanations are tentative and subject to change. This is always true. Okay, like for example, a lot of people say the theory of evolution is just a theory. We should cross out the word just a theory, because that's not literally what the word theory means. A theory doesn't mean that the theory can be falsified. In fact, um, a theory is something backed by an extreme body of evidence, and usually what happens when it comes to a theory is not that it's falsified ever, but that it's modified with future experimentation and studies. So the theory of evolution is basically fact, and it can be expanded and modified as we learn more. So scientific explanations are tentative and subject to change is always true. So that one's looking okay. Choice 4, advancements in technology usually make scientific theories invalid. That's false. Okay. They usually expand them. I mean, Isaac Newton thought that things fell at an extremely constant, with an extremely constant acceleration on Earth. Then we found out that the distance matters. So then we knew that there was an effect based on distance from the Earth. We'd have to go extreme distances from the Earth to be being even able to detect those differences. And then we took that as gospel until Albert Einstein says that there's an extremely small correction factor that matters uh, as well when with larger masses and extreme speeds. So, and it matters a lot with extreme speeds. So theories are expanded over time. They're not falsified. And so Newton's theories are not falsified. They're just expanded upon and modified. But so same thing happens here. They're not invalid. They're usually expanded. So, but choice 2, experiment without controls, are not valid. Um, Generally speaking, it's not that they're not valid. So this is kind of true, okay? It's somewhat true, because if you don't have a control, maybe there were some underlying factors. However, even an experiment without control does present the effect, right? The thing that the control does is it confirms that the effect that you saw was caused. It proves a causal effect. Without a control, you can't prove a causal effect. Okay, kind of true, but either way, it's also it's not illustrated here. And actually, inquiry does not judge the reliability of sources. It sure does, and also not illustrated here. So choice 1 is wrong. Choice 2 is kind of true, but again, it's not illustrated here. And choice 4 is just false. So the only one that fits the problem is choice 3. Número 39, number 39, the most likely explanation for why children who inherited mutated mitochondria suffer fatigue and muscle pain is that their mitochondria fail to. Remember what mitochondria do. What do mitochondria do in the body? So is it that uh, they fail to provide the antigens needed to fight the mutated DNA? Or does the mitochondria fail to regulate the transport of nutrients to the muscle cells? Or does the mitochondria fail to synthesize the starch needed by the muscles? Or does the mitochondria fail to release enough energy for the cells to function properly? First off, the mitochondria does not synthesize starch. They don't synthesize starch. They synthesize ATP. Okay, that's what's required by the muscle. Okay, then uh, 4, choice 4 is releasing enough energy Remember, this is talking about fatigue. Does the mitochondria fail to release enough energy for cells to function properly? It's looking good. Choice two, regulate the transport of nutrients in the muscle cells. That's not the job of the mitochondria. So that one's wrong. And then the next one, the mitochondria fail to provide the antigens needed to fight mutated DNA. That's not at all. So there are proteins that check for mutations in DNA. In fact, that's when CRISPR was discovered. That's what CRISPR does. It looks for mutated DNA and fixes it. So what we actually did with CRISPR was we figured out how to get CRISPR to take in a certain bit of DNA code, to interpret that as the correct DNA. Then it goes to read the DNA, then detects the current DNA as mutated, and then fixes the DNA with the code that we actually gave it to be the correct DNA. So, but that's not mitochondria that does it. So that's not the answer. So the only answer that it makes sense is choice four. The defective mitochondria, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. It literally provides the energy for the muscles to work and other cells to work by creating ATP. That ATP is an extremely high energy molecule. A high energy molecule with a high access to that energy. Base your answers to number 40 and 41. And by the way, after number 40, we are 40 questions away towards a perfect grade on this Regents. So I'm really excited about that. And currently, we've already finished number 39. So we are 39 questions away to 39 questions into a perfect grade on this Regents, which I'm really excited about. This one, base your answers to question 40 to 41 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. Burmese pythons are an invasive species in the Everglades National Park. Okay, invasive species. In 2010, there was a rare hard freeze, which residents hoped would eliminate these pests that were originally from very warm areas in Asia. Roughly 40% to 90% of the pythons were killed uh, by the freeze event. Since not all the pythons were killed during the freeze event, the members of the current large python population in the Everglades might differ from the members of the python population from before 2010. Which statement, numero 40, number 40, which statement best describes a likely cause for the changes that might exist in the present python population? One, the python species needed cold tolerant genes and they appeared in 2010 by rapid mutation, or the freeze event served as a selecting agent and a higher percentage of the pythons existing today are cold tolerant, or many individual pythons were unable to reproduce during the freeze event and did not pass on their cold tolerant genes, or there was no actual change in the population, and if a similar freeze event occurred, 40 to 90% of the snakes would die. This is where it's important to understand natural selection. If you add any pressure at all, any kind of pressure at all, to a species, generally speaking, natural selection selects for that pressure to be less of a factor. Any pressure at all. Like literally, you take humans, take them from Africa and put them in Europe, which is what happened many thousands of years ago. The out of Africa hypothesis says that humans evolved in Africa and migrated to Europe, then to Asia, and Asia crossed Asia to through a bridge to the Canada and North America and South America. But and in all those places, we encountered different selective pressures. And if you look at humans in a lot of different places, one of the reasons why we actually look different is not uh, is has to do with the environments that we encountered. Darker skin to protect from the sun's rays, to protect against damage from the sun, and or you could look at eye shape. Weird, and you might think that eye shape, how what effect could that have? But actually, certain eye shapes protect against cold, and so there are populations in Europe that are of European descent that have eyes that you would swear would make them of Asian descent. But the reason their eyes look the way they do is because it's an evolutionary trait that evolved to uh, protect their eyes from the cold. etc. I mean, there's literally tons. There's tons of different features that humans evolved to be uh, more well adapted to their areas. Okay, so natural selection works that way. So this is a freeze that killed off a ton, more than 90, more than more than well, 40% to 90% of the pythons. The freeze did that. If the freeze did it, then the ones that survived are more likely to have survived because they were more cold tolerant. So no, choice four, that there was no actual change in the population, which is the most likely, a likely cause. There was no actual change in the population, probably not. Okay. Likely cause, no. The choice three, many individual pythons were unable to reproduce during the freeze event and did not pass their cold tolerant genes. Well, they survived. These snakes that did survive passed on their genes. So the unable makes this false. In other words, likely that they were able to reproduce during or after the freeze event and did not pass their offspring. So during or after, and did pass their cold tolerant genes, which crosses out three. Then choice two, the freeze event served as a selecting agent. Again, any pressure that you give to a species is a selecting agent. So the freeze event served as a selecting agent. That makes sense. And a higher percentage of the pythons existing today are cold tolerant. That makes sense. Likely cause. And then choice one, the python species needed cold tolerant genes and they appeared in 2010 by rapid mutation. This is not how it happens. You don't like suddenly develop a mutation that makes you tolerant of your surroundings and then pass that because well, that's literally what we're taught doesn't happen. That's what was thought happened a long time ago, but then we found out way later that it's not. And in fact, there was a Russian scientist that convinced a lot of people who that is what happened, and it's a lot of people are saying that it might be that guy's fault that tremendous famines occurred in Russia in the 20th century. So and also outside of Russia because some of these ideas were transferred outside. But it is number two. It did serve as a selecting agent. Número 41, number 41. Pythons in their native habitat often eat a large animal and then do not feed again for weeks. In the Florida Everglades, food sources are often small animals and birds. The current large python population in Florida can be described as a species that will die out quickly, will quickly die out because there are no appropriate food sources in their environment. Actually, we already have heard that they have not been dying out quickly at all. That hasn't happened. Okay. That, in fact, is the problem. They were hoping that they would die out quickly, but it hasn't happened. Choice two, will develop new digestive organs as needed to succeed in the Florida Everglades. It is rare to develop new organs. When I say it's rare to develop new organs, I mean like if you look at like let's say humans and extremely unrelated species of mammals, and you look at our organs, it's almost always the case that every organ we have, they have too. It is rare, exceedingly rare for any species at all over millions and millions of years to develop an actual new organ. It's so rare. In fact, often what happens, what's more likely to happen is that a current organ gains new abilities, slightly new abilities, and that can happen. But so the large population being a species that develops a new organ, very false. So therefore, this is very false. Literally, if you look at all mammals, basically all of us have it basically the same organs. In fact, you can even go further than that and look at like humans and like a lizard, or a human and any or an iguana, like almost exactly the same organs. Okay, so then choice three, The large population of in Florida can be described as a species that has expanded only because small animals reproduce so quickly that they have provided an unlimited food source. Now, I was actually debating this one myself, but then I thought about a detail in this one. Or choice four has already successfully adapted to an unfamiliar environment through natural selection. This seems to be true. Like they're thriving. And then the cold snap happened, and most of them died off. Well, 40 to 90% of them died off. And then unfortunately, they kind of bounced back, right? So they've seemed to have adapted to the unfamiliar environment. But then choice three, why I was debating choice three, I mean, small animals do reproduce very quickly. The problem is unlimited, it's still limited, and it's still very limited. In fact, one of the things that is true about living things is that they are thriving despite extremely limited energy resources. I've tried, I have a few biomes like seal terrariums that I've created in over time. But I have also created sealed terrariums or vivariums or whatever, or ripariums, whatever they happen to be called, depending on the one I made. But I've created some that have an immense amount of like dead matter, not like animals, but literally like leaves and flower petals that haven't yet decayed, which means that they have a tremendous amount of energy in them. And what ends up happening to those ripariums that have a tremendous amount of energy is they do not thrive. Believe it or not, because you see outside and there's a tremendous amount of energy to be had. But if you think about what it is, it's a very thin layer of living matter, followed by soil that has nutrients in it, but not that much living matter. In fact, if there is a lot of energy to be had, often uh, things consume it extremely quickly until it goes back to a low concentration of energy. And sometimes, if the concentration of energy is too high, then things go bloom out of control, and the region's biodiversity is destabilized. So, in fact, it's not unlimited; it's still very limited. And so, choice three is not the answer. But these snakes seem to have adapted to the unfamiliar environment. And how did they do it? Through natural selection. And we are 41 problems into a perfect grade on this living environment regents. If you are excited about that, please do click that like button. Definitely put in your comments any questions or comments that you have. Questions, I will answer any questions that you have. So please do put comments in there. Please share answers to question 42 and 43 on the information in the photo below and your knowledge of biology. Fishers. Now, I didn't know that this animal existed before reading this. Fishers are mammals that prefer to live in forested areas. The fisher feeds on acorns, berries, apples, as well as on smaller mammals and birds. So it's an omnivore. They are one of the few organisms that are successful in killing and eating porcupines. Porcupines are large rodents that have sharp spines or quills that cover most of their body. The fisher has no natural enemies. Most fisher deaths are due to automobiles and trapping. The population has also been negatively affected by logging and road building. And here's a fisher. 42, 42. Recently, new regulations have been adopted that affect the trapping of fishers, which action would probably result in an increase in the fisher population. Remember, they're talking about an increase in the fisher population. Choice one, removing all regulations regarding fisher trapping, or increasing the area where fisher trapping is allowed, or changing the fisher trapping seasons from 46 days to 30 days, or decreasing the cost of a permit needed for fisher trapping. Remember, you want to increase the fisher population, you want to do things. Imagine you were a fisher. Which one would you like? That might actually be a good way to think about it. If you were a fisher and you were like, you know what, with these evil eyes, I want to live And which one would you prefer? Which one would you vote for? A politician that removes all regulation regarding trappings of fishers? No, of course you wouldn't want that, right? So remember, increasing the fisher population. The second one, increasing the area where fisher trapping is allowed. So you have nowhere, you're the fisher, you have nowhere to escape. I don't think so. Or less places to escape. I don't think so. Or three, changing the fisher trapping season from 46 days to 30 days. So they only have to hide out for less time. That sounds pretty good if I'm a fisher. Or choice four, decreasing the cost of a permit needed for fisher trapping, so more trappers. Because they can more people can afford it. I think I would definitely choose choice three if I were a fisher. Problem 43, número 43. Humans have negatively affected the ecosystem that fishers occupy. An altered or changed ecosystem can never recover or become stable again, or usually recover gradually to a point of long-term stability, or never recover unless there is a decrease in biodiversity, or usually require quickly into the same ecosystem as it was previously. First off, the never recover or become stable again. Actually, the thing is, the thing that ecosystems go towards is stability. They go towards stability. Yes, there's gradual uh, there's ecological succession, which happens very slowly, but ecosystems go towards stability. So never recover again or become unstable? No. Or become stable again? No. That can't physically be it. Choice two, usually recover gradually to a point of long-term stability, or I'm going to compare that one to choice four, usually recover quickly into the same ecosystem as it was previously. So those are a little bit opposite. So those are looking more favorable to me. Unless choice three is looking way good, choice two or choice four, I might want to argue against. The choice three, never recover unless there's a decrease in biodiversity. Again, I don't want to circle decrease. Actually, an increase in biodiversity is usually better, which makes choice three not make sense. So now looking at choice two or choice four, usually recover gradually to a point of long-term stability, or usually require quickly into the same ecosystem as it was previously. I wish, I wish that ecosystems recovered quickly. One thing that we know, though, is that it doesn't happen quickly, unfortunately. In fact, there are examples that are extremely scientifically interesting in ecosystems that evolve very quickly into a new uh, ecosystem. When you add a new animal, like when you add wolves in the Everglades and into Yellowstone, uh, but it's not quick. It's usually not quick, and it could be. It's usually very gradual, so quick, I cross that out. It's usually very gradual, and it does eventually evolve to a point of long-term stability, slowly. It might not be the same as it was before, not always. Not always the same. If you take out all the fishes from an area, unfortunately, that actually could destabilize the ecosystem and then change it permanently, semi-permanently to another type of ecosystem. So the one that makes the most sense is choice two, not choice four. And 43, by the way, puts us halfway through to a perfect grade on this Regents, because 43 is the exact middle. We have 42 before and 42 problems after. We're exactly in the middle of a perfect grade on this Regents. I'm super excited, super stoked. And right here, we start at section B2, which again, section B2 is extremely similar to section B1, except that now we're going to have some fill in the blank questions along with some multiple choices. So be ready for that. That's the big difference between part B1 and B2. We noticed that B1 and A were very similar. They just had two-part questions often. Now, basic question to 40, basic answers to question 44 to 48 on the information below on your knowledge of biology. So this is going to be 5 questions on this one thing. Monarch butterfly parasites. Monarch butterflies are in trouble. Their populations have been declining quickly in recent years due to several factors, including habitat loss, climate change, and infection by parasites. To investigate the ways to reduce this decline, some scientists studied a parasite that often infects and weakens monarchs, larvae. So, in trouble, declining quickly, habitat loss, climate change, and parasites. Okay. To investigate the ways to reduce the decline, sometimes scientists studied a parasite that often infects and weakens monarch larvae, caterpillars. The larvae ingest parasite spores as they feed on milkweed plants. Once in the intestinal tract of the caterpillar, some of the spores can infect the cells of the intestine and reproduce. Okay. The scientists collected samples of the parasite from 4 areas of North America where monarchs live. They found 4 different variations in the parasite. Scientists cloned each of the 4 variations of the parasite in order to have enough to test with the monarch larvae. Monarch larvae feed exclusively on milkweed plants. 2 types of milkweed monarchs feed on are, I'm sorry, 2 types of milkweed monarchs feed on are swamp milkweed, SM, and tropical milkweed, TM. Both kinds of plants contain chemicals known as cardenolides, but tropical milkweed has a higher level of these chemicals. These chemicals are absorbed into the tissue of the larvae as they feed on milkweed. The cardenolides give the larvae some resistance to infection by the parasite. So more cardenolides is a good thing for the larvae. Okay. The scientists conducted experiments to determine how the harm caused by these parasites may be affected by the amounts of cardenolides in the 2 kinds of milkweed. The monarch larvae were divided into groups. Each of the groups was fed on one of the 2 types of milkweed and then exposed to one of the 4 parasite clones, E1, E11, F3, or F13. The overall purpose of the testing was to determine whether it was the type of parasite clone or the type of plant that the larvae were fed that would have the greatest effect on the percent of caterpillars that became infected. Okay, so we're looking for the effect. Um, whether it was the type of parasite clone or the type of plant that had the greatest effect on the caterpillars, on the percent of caterpillars that became infected. Okay, now the data table below shows the results obtained by the scientists. And I do look at the table, but I go back to the table. Infections based on type of food, plant, and parasite clone. Parasite clone to which larvae were exposed, the 4 clones, percent of larvae feeding on the tropical milkweed, TM, that became infected. I see some numbers there. The percent of larvae feeding on swamp milkweed that became infected, and I see some numbers there that look bigger than the previous ones. Okay, 44 to 45, using the information in the table, construct a bar graph on the grid provided. 44 is to mark an appropriate scale on the axis labeled percent monarch larvae infected. Okay, so, and then 45 is to construct the bar graph. So we need to go, the bar graph goes from the bottom at 0% all the way up to 100%. So to put the scale that I think makes the most sense is 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and so on. 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. And you want to use most of the space. So this is a valid answer. Okay. I skipped counted by 10, didn't skip any numbers accidentally, and I did that carefully. Then the second one, construct a bar graph following the directions below. Construct vertical bars in the area provided on the grid to represent the result for each parasite clone for the larvae that were fed tropical milkweed, TM, in the areas marked TM, and shade the TM bars in black as shown. So I'm going to get my black. Now, if you're writing with a blue pen or a pencil, it's not that you have to get a black pen out. It's that you have to darken it in completely, as opposed to the next one, which is striped. Okay, so let's do that. E1, TM, 83%. Okay, TM, I'm going to get the black, 83%. TM, 80 to 90, 85 is halfway between 80 and 90. 83 is going to be slightly closer to 90. So to 80 than to 90. And then I draw a bar down. Okay. Do you have to draw this with a perfect straight line? I did that one accidentally perfectly straight because my software straightens my lines, but I'm going to purposely make it so the software doesn't straighten it for me because you don't have a straight edge for this test. And then I have to darken this in completely. I'm not going to, I think I have a way of darkening it in perfectly, but I'm not going to do that because, again, I have to simulate myself as the student. What, excuse me, what counts as blackened in? Like something like this. If I did this more, I could do it more. But I mean, if you're drawing this with your pencil, which is probably what you should be doing, turn your pencil sideways and darken it in that way. That was a lot to just shade that one in, but that's what we have to do. E1188, E1188. So now that's between 80 and 90 and closer to the 90. And now the same deal. So I'm going to shade on the top a little bit, shade on the bottom a little bit, and now shade on the sides. Shade on the sides and go in. Shades on the sides. And this one I'm shading it. Let me shade a little bit higher and go in. Shade on the side and go in. There we go. And that's good enough. Yes, I have a little bit of white area. Are you expected to fill it in perfectly? No, no way. Okay. F3 75. So that's exactly between 70 and 80 on F3. Okay. And now same deal. Now, if you feel the need to fast forward this part of it, of the video, I fully respect it. YouTube will see that you kind of skipped me making a perfect graph, but you have to at least get the gist of what makes a perfect graph, because this is literally, all of this work is literally for 2 points. Okay, so you don't want to mess up and lose points for silly reasons. 86%. Okay, 5 and then a little bit higher is 86%. Down, down, shaded over here, go down and shade, go to the left and shade, go down and shade more, go to the right and shade more. Okay, and now the other one, construct vertical bars in the area provided in the grid to represent the results for each parasite clone for the larvae that were fed swamp milkweed, SM, in the area marked SM. And now I'm going to make these bars and shade them diagonally. So E1, 100, SM. I'm going to go all the way to the top, all the way down. Now notice that there's a gap in between the bars. You want to maintain that gap. If you fill in that gap, you actually lose points. And this one goes stripes. Now, does neatness count? Actually, yeah, neatness counts. And you might say, well, this graph is not that neat. And you'd be semi-right. It's exactly as neat as it needs to be. This class does not require you to draw with a straight edge, 92%. So 92, closer to the 90 than to the 100. But if your bars are too close to each other, meaning like you filled in that gap in between the bars, you lose a point. If you fill this one in completely, fill in the wrong one, and you shade the wrong one, you lose a point. The next two are going to both be 100. Let's just make sure 100 and 100. So I could do those without looking back up. 100. And if you forget to stripe this bar, that's a point. Stripe. If I go out of the page like that, that's points off. Okay. There you go. And then the last one we checked, pre-checked, that one was 100. Okay. Stripes. Okay. 3 points, 2 points, 2 points, 44 and 45, point for 44, point for 45. That's 2 points. And we have 40 problems left for a perfect grade on this Regents. I'm super stoked. Now I'm counting down. 40 problems left to get a perfect grade on this Regents. Número 46, number 46, state whether the types of milkweed that the larvae were fed made a difference in whether or not the larvae became infected. Support your answer. I'll say this about the written answers. You do want to try your best to give the most logical answer, but you and I might disagree what the most logical answer is. But it looks to me, based on the table and the graph, so the question is whether the types of milkweed that the larvae were fed. So the types of milkweed was the TM, the tropical milkweed, or the swamp milkweed. And it looks like the tropical milkweed had fewer infected compared to the swamp milkweed. 3 of the 4 swamp milkweed had 100% infection, and one of them had 92%, whereas the highest number under the tropical milkweed is 88%, which is lower than every single swamp milkweed. Yeah. So the most logical answer is going to be, in my opinion, a yes. And I'm going to say yes because I'm trying my best not to write in script. More caterpillars who ate the swamp milkweed became infected. And if you don't like the word more caterpillars, you could say a higher percentage. Uh, but more caterpillars is fine. Uh, it would be, I mean, I'm going to change the word more to a higher percentage, but they would absolutely accept the word more according to the grading. A higher percentage of caterpillars who ate the swamp milkweed became infected. But literally any answer that is justified based on the information provided. Um, so could you possibly say no and get points? Remember, this is all about logical justifications. The I think that a no is a really hard thing to justify. But if we look at, and I would like to look at the answers that were provided, okay? It says here, um, yeah, this one was a yes. This one was a yes. But this one says it did not make a large difference because the range was not significant. That's a tough one to recognize. I think the best answer in this question is yes. But if the differences were not significant, 83 versus 100, if that's your argument, sure. What's the lesson here? Why did I want to show you that an actual no was allowed with a valid reason? That's the reason I wanted you to show it, because you actually have to justify it based on the information that you were given. And if you can't justify it based on the information you were given, see if you could justify the opposite statement based on the information that you were given. And that's a nice method of getting answers to this question. And I will tell you this, that almost every question that I see, I could justify a yes and I could justify a no. I could come up with a reason why a yes makes sense to me and another reason why a no makes sense to me. So not make sense, I'm sorry, not make sense to me. I could come up with a reason that justifies a yes and I could come up with a reason that justifies a no. But generally speaking, there is one or versus the other that makes a lot more sense to me. Okay? Número 47, number 47. Which row in the chart below correctly identifies the average percentage of infection of the larvae that ate tropical milkweed and the average percent of infection of larvae that ate the swamp milkweed? Okay, so this is where you need your calculator, and this one will allow you to check your answer nicely. But the average, we could do without even doing the calculation, the average for swamp milkweed averages to greater than 92 and less than 100, which eliminates uh, greater than 92 and less than 100. Eliminated a bunch of answers. And then the average for tropical milkweed, 83, 88, 75, 86. So it has to be between 75 and 88. Um, so it eliminates this one and this one. So let's talk about how to calculate it. You do need to calculate it because not every question is going to be so nice and gifty for you. The average for swamp milkweed is 100 plus 92 plus 100 plus another 100, all of that divided by 4. And according to our calculator, that's 392 divided by 4. And yes, you need parentheses. And or you calculate the sum first and then divide by 4, and that's equal to 98. Okay. And I'm going to switch to the blue over here. And the numbers for tropical milkweed, if we scroll up, it was 83, 88, 75, and 86. Now, I didn't memorize those numbers. I have them written on my paper. 83 plus 88 plus 75 plus 86, all of that divided by 4. And that does equal, on our calculators, 83. Put that in parentheses. Okay. And so the answer is choice 3. Nice. Without doing the calculation, though, we were able to eliminate choice 1, 2, and 4, which is actually very kind. They didn't have to make it so kind. Number 48, número 48. Describe how the results in the experiment might have been different if very few spores of parasite clone F13 were placed in the milkweed leaves compared to the number of spores placed on the leaves for other 3 clones. That's a badly designed experiment. But if you give fewer spores of F13 compared to the number of spores in the other one, well, fewer infections might have occurred. On the F13 line. Compared to the other lines. Compared to the other lines. Compared to the current experiment. That's the most logical thing to say, in my opinion. You could also say, in some cases, no infections might have occurred because not enough spores were provided to create an infection. Or you might have said, there's a lot of things, in fact, that you could have said. Anything that is supported by the data. You could have also, there's another one, the negative. If you come up with a reason why the same number of infections could have occurred because, and given a logical reason for that. There are justifications. After all, this is what might have, and it is possible that nothing changed. It is theoretically possible that nothing changed. How? Give the justification for that. I almost don't want to give the justification because the point is that they want us to detect a pattern, but I will give you the justification. Maybe nothing changes because you only need a few spores to create infection. So remember, every question, almost every question that is a yes or a no, a positive or a negative, has a viable justification. Almost every question, not every question, but almost every question. What that means, though, is if you can't think of a good justification in one direction, but on a written part, but you could think of a very good justification on the opposite, maybe go for the one that you could think of a very good justification for. So, base your answer 49 to 51 on the information below on your knowledge of biology. Froxicles, frozen but still alive. Interestingly, I had read about these frogs like a day or two before doing this test. The wood frog has an amazing ability to survive winter in a frozen state. Ice crystals touching the frog can trigger the freezing of its body fluids. Most of the water moves out of the cells and into the body cavities, where it turns into a solid ice. Their cells are protected from dehydration and frostbite by the anti-freezing effects of their cells absorbing extremely high concentrations of sugar. When these frogs freeze, they stop breathing. Their hearts stops beating, and they enter a state of dormancy that can last several months. In spring, the frogs thaw, and the excess sugar moves out of their cells. The frogs resume normal activities in less than 24 hours. Note, the answer to question 49 should be recorded on a separate answer sheet. Okay. Number 49, número 49. A wood frog's body system responds to ice crystals touching it in the winter and to the conditions in the spring can best be explained by the differentiation of mature body cells during development or a response of their cells to changing environmental conditions or the enzymatic breakdown of water as the frog freezes or the response of the immune system to excess sugar levels. So I would think about this problem and think about what is implied in the problem. Did the problem talk about enzymatic breakdown of water? Enzymatic breakdown of water would imply that the water is split from H2O to maybe like H2 and O2, or maybe to H and another H and a O. Um, but the water is not broken down in this case. Water is actually freezing. Water, frozen water and liquid water have the same chemical composition, just a different physical composition. What liquid water is obviously liquid and the molecules can move around, and solid water is literally solid and the molecules are staying in place and connected to each other via hydrogen bonds. Okay, hydrogen bonds are just attractive bonds between water molecules. So that's not it. The fourth one, a response of the immune system to excess sugar level. This is not an immune system response. Remember that an immune system response is a response by the immune system to an antigen that occurs. This is not a response by like immune cells to an antigen. So that one's not it. So how about choice two, a response to their cells to changing environmental conditions? Actually, the environmental condition that's changing is from not yet freezing to back to not freezing. This one sounds really good. And then the differentiation of mature body cells during development. This is not a developmental pattern in frogs, but something that happens um, that ceases development, not a development problem. In fact, not only not a development problem, again, the frog freezes and nothing is happening in the frog basically for the winter. So the response of their cells to changing environmental conditions, they actually said it a few different ways. An ice crystal touches the frog, and then the frog responds by removing the water from the cells and letting the water freeze. And then when spring comes, the frogs thaw. When spring comes, okay. So these are literally all responses to environmental conditions. Okay. Let's see, número 50, number 50. Which scientific question could lead to an investigation to help determine the stimulus that causes wood frogs to thaw in the spring? Scientific question. Question one, do frogs thaw if the air temperature remains below freezing all winter? That's a really interesting question, but it's not addressing, uh, okay, well, hold on. Let's go to number two. Does the changing length of daylight or warming cause the frogs to thaw? That sounds really good. Now, okay, let's go to choice three before we go back to choice one. Do the frogs get hungry when they are frozen? This is not addressing the stimulus. Okay. Uh, and then number four, does the weight of the frog change after they freeze? Again, not addressing the stimulus. So choice three and choice four. So when I was doing this problem, I was actually debating between choice one and choice two. Do the frogs thaw if the air temperature remains below freezing all winter? And then I started realizing actually, if the air temperature remains below freezing, how can the frogs thaw? So that's the thing um, that made me eliminate choice two. Choice one. I would if the question in choice one was whether the if they remain freezing, if the temperature rises above freezing, that might be a valid thing. But this one says below freezing. So this doesn't make sense. Okay. So, but the second one, this is possible. Stimuli that causes the frog to thaw. Change of daylight, warming. Número 51, number 51. Identify one structure present in the cells of the frogs that plays a role in the rapid removal of water and the absorption of high concentrations of sugar. Justify your answer. Again, one structure present in the cells and that plays a role in the rapid removal of water. Now, there's a few possible answers for this, but the rapid removal of water and absorption of high concentrations of sugar, all of that happens through the cell membrane. That is my immediate go-to. But this is one where you could think of a few different answers. Cell membrane controls, let me write that a little bit better, controls the flow of water and sugar across the cell. Now, there are other possibilities for this one, and I wanted to look at this one too, because this is not even a like a yes or no. This is really if you could think of a valid reason why that structure in the cell would have an effect on the role. This one I actually suggested also mitochondria and as a valid answer because they provide ATP and energy for active transport. Mitochondria does provide energy and ATP for active transport. So that there's other valid answers. I think that other answers might be a little bit harder to justify, but if you can come up with a good justification that's valid, then that's good. And you got it, you got the points. Número 52, number 52. A cellular process that produces sex cells in fruit flies is represented in the diagram below. Sex cells in fruit flies, sex cells in fruit flies. Cells with 8 chromosomes, and at the bottom there's a split in 2, and then another split in 2, and we have sex cells. Based on the information in the diagram, how many chromosomes will be present in each of the sex cells of the fruit flies? This process of taking a cell with 8 chromosomes and a cell and splitting it in 4 into sex cells, this is meiosis. And meiosis produces gametes, which are either sperm or egg cells. Okay, with half of the number of chromosomes. In the starter cell. I'm going to say the grandmother cell. Why the grandmother cell? Because when a cell splits into 2, the 2 split cells are the daughter cells, and the one above it is the mother cell. So that these two, these 2 are daughters to this one, so that would be a grandmother to the 4 sex cells. Okay, so half the chromosomes in the sex cells, so that would be 4 chromosomes, and that's the only valid answer. 4 chromosomes. Número 53, number 53. The model below represents the reproductive system of human females. And you do want to know this basic structure: ovaries, fallopian tube, and uterus. Describe the roles of structure A and B in the production of offspring. What happens in A? So A is the ovary. That is exactly where the egg cells are produced. Okay, so A, describe the role. It doesn't actually ask you to name it, which is great, but to describe the role. So it produces egg cells. Could you have said produces gametes? Yes. Could you have said other things that the ovaries do As long as that's involved in the production of offspring, yes. But B, and so the egg cell then would travel through the fallopian tube into the uterus. And if it's been fertilized, then it will implant itself in the uterus. And then it will grow inside the uterus. So the purpose of the uterus is to incubate a growing fetus. And now you might be saying, "Oh wait, the word incubate. I blanked on the word incubate. Does that mean that I'm going to lose points?" You don't have to use that word incubate. You could have said it's where the growing fetus is implanted. Or you could have said it's where the fetus grows. You could have said it's where the placenta forms. Any word that you choose that are correct that happens inside the uterus is perfectly valid. If you forgot the names of something because you kind of never knew it, it actually is probably worth your time to go study the names of these things. Just read them. Reading them once or twice might be enough to help you to remember them. That's if you don't know the names at all, right? All right. Base your answers to question 54 to 55 and the information below in your knowledge of biology. And I put a picture here of an enzyme and a substrate. I put this here because it's actually an important thing to know that enzymes are actually substrate specific. So if you have an enzyme that works, for example, on sucrose, then that enzyme works just on sucrose. The lactase enzyme works on lactose, the sugar lactose, which is a combination of glucose and galactose. So the lactase enzyme works on lactose and only lactose. All right. Enzymes tend to work on a really specific substrate, specific chemical. So base your answers to question 54 to 55 and the information below in your knowledge of biology. A student placed 4 different test tubes in a water bath at 37 degrees Celsius, human body temperature. The contents of the test tubes are listed below. 2 of them contain a human enzyme. Test tube 1, 2, 3, 4, contents, ground meat, water, protein digesting enzyme. Test tube 2, bread, water, starch digesting enzyme. 3, ground meat and water only. And 4, bread and water only. After 15 minutes, the student tested the contents of each tube for the presence of both amino acids and glucose. He obtained the results shown in the table below. Test tube number 1, indicator for amino acids and indicator for glucose. So in 1 through 4, he found amino acids in test tube 1, but not test tube 2, 3, and 4. And then for glucose, he found glucose in test tube 2 only, but not for 1, 3, or 4. It says, number 54, number 54 says to describe the results that the student would most likely obtain if you ran the same experiment again, but placed the test tubes in hot water bath at 65 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes and justify your answer. So this is one of those yeses and no problems. Okay. I happen to know, well, proteins, enzymes are made of proteins. And that's an important thing to say. And proteins very much are most active in the environment in which they are meant to be active. And if you leave those environments, it often is the case that the protein shape of the enzyme breaks down, and that's called denaturing. And then the enzyme no longer works. So my answer to this question is that you might get all negative results because the enzymes become denatured or destroyed. So that was my answer. However, is there a valid way of justifying other answers? Actually, yeah, absolutely. You might even say that the results might stay the same because the enzymes might act more quickly on the substrates. You might say that uh, all of them might be positive because the heat might break down the amino acids and the glucose. So there are a lot of things that you can say. You're predicting. You don't because you don't necessarily know which exact amino acid and which exact enzyme is acting here. But again, another yes or no type question, and you could get points if you give a proper scientific justification. Número 55, number 55. Identify the purpose of test tube 3 and 4 in this experiment and justify your answer. So I noticed that test tube 1 and 2 have the enzymes in them. Test tube 3 and 4, the only difference between 1 and 2 versus 3 and 4 is that 3 and 4 don't have the enzymes. That's literally what a control does. So it serves as a control to confirm that the enzymes are breaking down the meat and starches. Now, this one, I don't know, it might be hard to come up with another valid answer than that. Um, uh, but there are other possible answers, and I'll kind of leave it at that. But I do want to, I don't want to explore other possible answers in just this one case, only because I think it's important for you to understand as the student the importance of a control in an experiment. That's the big deal. Okay. All right, and we are 55 questions through, which means we're 30 questions away from a perfect grade on this Regents, and we're on part C. Okay, and there's not much difference between part C and part B2, so here we are. Base your answers to questions 56 and 57 on the information below in your knowledge of biology. Looks like another energy pyramid. The process of photosynthesis is responsible for providing energy, the energy necessary to sustain most ecosystems on Earth. The flow of energy in an ecosystem is represented in the diagram below, and I see energy flow going up from level A to B to C to D. And I see a triangle shape. Okay. Identify the source of energy for an ecosystem and describe how it is transferred from one level in the system to the next. Okay. The source of the energy for an ecosystem. If you eliminated the sun, you would no longer have access to energy for the ecosystem. The source of energy is the sun. So the sun is the source of energy. For the ecosystem, you could say for the ecosystem, or you could put a period. Describe how it is transferred from one level to a system to another. The energy is transferred through organisms eating organisms below. Below on the pyramid. So autotrophs, plants, for example, are eaten by herbivores. The herbivores are eaten by primary consumers, carnivores, and then those carnivores might be eaten by other carnivores. And that's a full point question. The chart below is a summary of the net number of atoms in the molecules used and produced during the process of photosynthesis. Type of atom, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. Number of atoms in the molecules used for photosynthesis, 6, 12, and 18. And number of atoms in the molecules produced by photosynthesis, 6, 12, and 18. A student claimed that there is no gain or loss of matter during photosynthesis. Provide evidence from the data to support his claim. Well, 6 carbons, 12 hydrogen, 18 oxygen, 18 oxygen. That seems to be a pretty solid thing. So the number of atoms in each type remains the same. That's it. The number. And this one does say support the claim. So despite the fact that there might be other answers, it does say support the claim, so you do have to support the claim. The number of atoms of each type remains the same. Remains unchanged, remains the same, whatever words you want to use. Here's a picture of zebra mussels. They're very small, and as you can see, they have a tendency to clump up, and that could be harmful. Zebra mussels are an invasive species, so they're not fun. We don't want them here. So base your answers to question 58 to 61 on the information in the charts on page 41 and on your knowledge of biology. Hudson River zebra mussels. Researchers have been monitoring the effects of zebra mussels in the Hudson River. Zebra mussels are small, aquatic, clam-like animals that arrived in the United States in cargo ships traveling from Europe to the Great Lakes in the 1980s. Since waterways connect the Hudson River to the Great Lakes, zebra mussels had spread to the Hudson River by 1991. Okay, zebra mussels can produce 1 million eggs per year, and the larvae drift before attaching to hard surfaces. Mussels feed by filtering water through their gills and straining out algae, called phytoplankton, and microscopic animals. By the end of 1992, without a predator, the zebra mussels outweighed all other consumers in the river. Outweighed. They filtered a volume of water equal to all of the water in the river every 1 to 4 days during the summer. That is an insane amount of water being filtered, removing food and dissolved oxygen. Zebra mussels caused problems by clogging water pipes and damaging boats, docks, buoys, and other structures. Wow. Graph 1 on the next page represents data collected by the researchers. The phytoplankton levels were based on data regarding the chlorophyll that they contained. So in this chart, we see phytoplankton and zebra mussels in the Hudson River, ZM density per meter squared, year on the bottom, 1987 to 2009, and zebra mussel density, phytoplankton chlorophyll. And we see some zigzagging. The black lines with the diamonds are the phytoplankton chlorophyll, goes up, 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 and then down, okay? And then the zebra mussel density fluctuates tremendously, but started at 1991 with basically zero, okay? And I see some correlation between the drop in the phytoplankton chlorophyll and the zebra mussel densities, okay? So that might be a hint. But I do take that in as much as it just came in. And I see a chlorophyll line measure over here on the right. So the phytoplankton chlorophyll measure is on the right, but the zebra mussel density is on the left. Okay, 58, state one reason that zebra mussels could successfully spread through the rivers and lakes in the US. They actually gave a lot of reasons in the reading. I mean, literally, the Great Lakes are connected to the ocean through rivers. The boats carrying zebra mussels to other areas. There were no predators to consume the mussels. There's so many reasons. So the one that I gave first is that the rivers and the lakes are connected to the ocean. But yeah, you could also say that there were no predators to consume the mussels. You could also say that boats carry the zebra mussels to other areas. Lots of answers were given in the reading. Lots of them. So you just have to kind of go and look for one reason. You don't have to give like the best of all the reasons because they're all valid reasons. And if you don't like the fact that they're all valid reasons, to understand that if you want to eliminate the spread of the zebra mussels, you literally would have to eliminate all the reasons. Most likely at least. Number 59, number 59, a student made a claim that once zebra mussels were established in the Hudson River, zebra mussel population would affect the food webs by reducing the food available for native consumer populations. Explain how the data in graph 1 could be used to support the claim. So now we have to support the claim, and we have to use this data. Now, back to the graph. I saw the phytoplankton chlorophyll, which were fluctuating between 2 and 3,500, and then they dropped to like 500 to 1,000 ish, maybe a occasional hop here and there. And in fact, you might actually notice that a of hop up of the zebra mussels actually corresponds perhaps a little bit to the drop of the chlorophyll, the phytoplankton chlorophyll. So uh, that's the hint that the phytoplankton chlorophyll was higher before the zebra mussel population was introduced. And that's actually what I said. So the zebra mussel presence correlated with a reduced chlorophyll concentration in phytoplankton. Actually, let me just delete that. A reduced chlorophyll concentration. Leaving it there. I could have said in phytoplankton. I could have said as the number of zebra mussels increased from 0, the amount of phytoplankton chlorophyll went down. Okay. I could have said the phytoplankton chlorophyll concentration was higher before zebra mussels were introduced. A few different ways of saying kind of the same thing. Número 60, number 60, other than reducing the food available for native populations, state one negative consequence of failing to keep zebra mussels out of the Great Lakes. So reducing food available for native populations is one thing, but state another. You have to state another negative consequence. You can come up with one, sure, but the thing is that it did give us a few. They filtered a large volume of water equal to all the water in the river in 1 to 4 days during the summer, removing food and dissolved oxygen. That's the one they didn't want us to say. But also, they caused problems by clogging water pipes and damaged both docks, buoys, and other structures. And so we could say they clogged water pipes. They could, or let's say clog water pipes. Clog water pipes. You could talk about that they damage certain structures. Um, and I said also that zebra mussels compete with native mussels, reducing the carrying capacity for native mussels. That's actually what I initially had in my answers. So that's also a valid answer. Zebra mussels compete with native mussels, reducing the carrying capacity for native mussels. All right. The graph below shows changes in two mussels populations in the Hudson River. So the gray is the zebra mussel density, and the black X is the native mussel density. So we see the gray zebra mussel density fluctuating as it did before. And we see the black native mussel density went from 3,000 and up and down over time with different scales. Different scales, of course, because they're different sizes. So that's not surprising. You have to kind of put them on different scales, but on the same graph to be able to compare. So that's how they did it. And they said 61, the native mussels and zebra mussels have similar ecological roles. State one reason for the pattern represented by the data in graph 2. And that's where we could say it, the zebra mussels compete with native mussels, reducing the carrying capacity for native mussels. And let's talk about what carrying capacity is. Carrying capacity is equal to the maximum number of a given species that an ecosystem can maintain. So that's a way that I worded it, but you could have said it in any other way without using the words carrying capacity. You could have also said like the zebra mussels compete with native mussels, reducing the number of native mussels that can survive in an area. Other answers that would have been valid for number 60, that you could have talked about how the zebra mussels consume the oxygen, consume a lot of the oxygen in the area, and also that they reduce biodiversity. You could have also talked about how they clog up pipes, they clog up wind turbine, they clog up turbines. They what else did they clog up? They damage boats, they damage docks, they damage buoys, they damage other structures. Okay. Lots of different things that you could say there. On that note, we're going to number 62 and 63. Base answers to question 62 and 63 on the information and the illustration below and your knowledge of biology. Mimicry in snakes. Mimicry in snakes. Mimicry is an evolved resemblance between two species. The harmless scarlet king snake mimics the eastern coral snake. The king snake has evolved red, yellow, and black bands that make it look very similar to the venomous coral snake. In some areas, both snakes are found together and consume some of the same organisms for food. Eastern coral snake, venomous, and scarlet king snake, non-venomous. And they look, you could see, even though this is black and white, you could see that they look very similar. Explain how mimicry is a benefit to the king snake species. Well, if you looked at these two snakes, which one is the venomous one? Like if I crossed out the words, there are phrases that help you identify which one's venomous, but they are not perfect. My best advice is to never interact with the snakes if you see this kind of banding, because there are snakes that violate that venomous versus non-venomous rule. Okay, so one benefit to the king snake, which is the non-venomous one. So mimicry will definitely make the predators be wary of the king snake, and that's what I said. So mimicry makes predators be wary of the king snake. You could say mimicry makes the king snake look like the eastern coral snake, confusing predators, or literally any other thing. But you do have to state a benefit. This is one where you can't say like no, because they said to state a benefit. But any benefit that you could think of is perfectly valid if it's a true benefit. Número 63, number 63. Predict how the population size of king snake might change over time without coral snakes in the area where they live. Justify your answer. And actually, this is a great one, a great example where you could actually talk about how the population might rise or stay the same or fall with really very good reasons. Over time, without the coral snakes. So the one that I gave, you don't have to take my answer in this case because I think there's really good reasons for other answers. What I said is that the population of kings, it says might, right? King, snake, might go down. Why? Because predators might stop fearing the king snake. So this fear that predators have of the king snake, yes, some of them may learn by biting an eastern coral snake. Some of them may actually learn by trying to eat the wrong snake. But it is also partially genetic. So if the eastern coral snake just disappears, then that coloring of the scarlet king snake may not protect it anymore. So if the animals around it do learn that the scarlet king snake is not harmful. And yes, part of it is learned. So, but other reasons why it might not change, the population might not change because uh, the number of prey animals doesn't change, or uh, the population might increase because it's no longer competing against the eastern coral snake for resources. There are valid reasons why one versus another answer might actually make sense. But why did I go for the going down? Because I focused on the mimicry. If the mimicry is the effect that I am focusing on, then the mimicry's benefit is gone once the scarlet king snake is gone. Well, the benefit goes away over time, though, because of the learned behaviors and the genetic behaviors can slowly go away. Now, base your answers on number 64 and 65 in the passage below in your knowledge of biology. Predators in the Adirondacks. To help keep the number of deer in check, an environmental group proposed the reintroduction of large predators such as mountain lions into the Adirondacks. Please don't. That's New York. Please don't. Coyotes are the main predator for deer, especially the sick and young ones. Opponents of the proposal believe that the Adirondack deer population has been regulated by coyotes, hunting, bad winters, and land development projects. They also question the ability of the mountain lions to survive in the current Adirondack environment. Describe one possible result of reintroducing mountain lions into the Adirondacks. One possible result. If you think about it, there's many, many, many possible results. In fact, mountain lions tend to be keystone species wherever they are. So there are a tremendous number of effects that you could actually possibly think of. But one of the results I'm going to say the one that I initially said was a reduction. If you add another predator to deer, this might be a reduction in deer populations. But another one, the mountain lions are also competing against the coyotes, so there might be a reduction in the coyote population. Another effect, the one that I thought of when I thought about a mountain lion, even though there's not many recorded mountain lions attacks almost basically at all, another one that I thought of is mountain lions may threaten people. Another one that I thought about was that mountain lions may threaten pets. Another one that I thought of, the negative result, if you want to think about the negative result, is they did actually mention the question that they might not survive, right? So no, there might not be any effect because the mountain lions may not survive the winter in the Adirondacks. So lots of possible answers to 64. Número 65, number 65. Explain how land development projects could reduce the deer population in the Adirondacks. Well, land developments take land and do things that are beneficial for humans on them. And clearly, those land developments could often be very detrimental for the deer. So they could reduce deer populations. And how the effect might happen may be due to reduced foliage that deer eat. Um, you could have said, I mean, reduced foliage that the deer used to hide. You could have said that it reduced the carrying capacity for deer due to reduced food sources or to reduced uh, usable habitats. There's a lot of answers that you could have given for number 65 again. And we are 20 questions away from a perfect grade on this Regents. I'm excited, as you know. This is super, and I'm excited because this is the last Regents that I'm making for this season, and this is the first time that I finally actually recorded all of the Regents for this season. Usually, I record one just because of all the editing that I end up having to do. Um, so I'm really excited about doing this. Base your answers to 66 to 68 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. Biologics, which I happen to take a biologic called Humira. Biologics, the newest drugs to treat deadly illnesses like cancer, autoimmune disease, that's me, autoimmune disease, and heart disease are called biologics. Biologics are drugs that mimic naturally occurring proteins. These biologics are injected into patients. Doctors recently noticed that these drugs do not work for some patients. They developed the model below to explain why the drugs are ineffective in as many as 50% of patients. So, and we have to look at this. So, number one, dendritic cells digest biologics and present small pieces to other immune cells, starting a search and destroy reaction. Whereas number one, uh, dendritic immune cells, biologic drug. Here's the dendritic cell eating the biologic, breaking that up. Now, arrow here to quiescent T cells, to helper T cells, to activated B cells, arrow to anti-drug antibodies, to helper T cell to attack the antibody to attack the biologics. And the anti-drug antibodies, number two, anti-drug antibodies home in on the drugs, marking them for destruction. Based on the information in the model, explain why the biologic drugs are ineffective for some people. Ineffective for some people. I'm lucky; they were very effective for me, but they're not effective on some people. Why are the biologic drugs ineffective on some people? Unfortunately, their bodies may have already had uh, dendritic cells that were able to attack the biologics immediately. So what I said is dendritic cells that attack, uh, digest, um, the biologics. Uh, I, so I didn't say that. I'm sorry. I said dendritic cells digest biologics and antibodies are formed that mark the biologics for destruction. So that's why they don't work on some people. I mean, now I one thing that I didn't talk about is why they're specifically ineffective on only some people. But that's actually the reason though. So you might actually address why some people versus not others. You could have said that maybe dendritic cell, or you could have said that maybe antibodies have already been exposed to uh, to chemicals that are similar to the biologics and may attack the biologics. There's a lot of actual things that you could have said that that would be valid. And the truth is that there are a lot of reasons why some biologics don't work. That said, numero 67, number 67, explain why biologic drugs may be more effective in patients diagnosed with AIDS. AIDS, remember, AIDS is acquired immune deficiency virus syndrome. And in AIDS patients, they have an immune deficiency. They have an immune deficiency. So why biologic drugs may be more effective in patients diagnosed with AIDS? Because AIDS patients have weakened immune systems, which may not be able to attack the biologics. I actually wrote the words as thoroughly in my problem, but you could leave it at that. You could have also said that AIDS patients may have not, they may have, uh, they may not have the ability to develop the antibodies to that specific biologic. You could have said that AIDS patients may not be able to detect the biologic due to their weakened immune system, or just they may not be able to detect the biologic. It's a lot of things that you could say in this situation. Um, you're only speculating on what on a reason based on what you know about what AIDS is, and you do need to know that AIDS is acquired immune deficiency syndrome, and AIDS is caused by the HIV virus. HIV is human immunodeficiency virus. Okay. So you do need to know that HIV is the virus that causes AIDS, and you need to know what AIDS is. Up to that, you don't need to know like super duper extreme details about it, but of course you should know enough details to know to protect yourself because it is a much more common disease than you would think in the United States, and you should definitely protect yourself against it. Okay. Número 68, number 68. In order to make the biologic drugs more effective, doctors experimented with coating the biologic drugs with a synthetic vaccine particle, SVP. The SVP changes the way that the immune system responds to the drug particle by blocking the production of anti-drug antibodies. Explain why a person would still have immunity to other pathogens after being exposed to these SVPs. Now, it's important to know that antibodies and enzymes have a similarity, even though they're not at all the same thing. Uh, uh, and the similarity that they have is that uh, they are specific to like antibodies are specific to specific antigens, and enzymes are specific to specific substrates, specific chemicals. So that's the analogy that you want to have between them, but you want to also know that they're not the same. So one thing that you could say again, why a person would still have immunity to other pathogens. Well, the thing is that the antigens or the antibodies to other pathogens are specific to the antigens, and that's all that I said. Antibodies uh, act on specific antigens. That's it. All right, base your answers to 69 to 71 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. Plants rebound in the Chesapeake Bay. Chesapeake Bay vegetation, including seagrass and freshwater plants, is an important part of the area's coastal ecosystem. These areas act as nurseries that shelter young fish and invertebrates, clean the water, and stabilize shoreline by preventing erosion. In the 1950s, the human population greatly increased in the Bay Area. As the growth continued, cities and farms were releasing large amounts of nitrogen compounds and other nutrients in the water. Okay. These nutrients have a very positive effect on the growth of small microscopic organisms, such as algae and plankton in the bay. You might think that's a good thing, but nope. As the algae continued to grow near the surface, the growth of more complex plants living deeper in the bay decreased. Not a good thing. In the 1980s, state and federal regulations were passed that limited the amount of nutrients uh, that could be present in the runoff from farms and wastewater treatment plants. As a result, underwater plants are now growing again in the bay, and there has been a large decrease in the amount of nitrogen compounds present in the water. State one possible reason, number 69, number 69, state one possible reason why the rapid growth of algae in the bay resulted in a decline in the number of complex underwater plants. And there are a lot of reasons. So one reason that I just gave is that algae block the sun from penetrating lower. You could have said that algae destabilized the ecosystem. You could have said that algae uh, consumed most of the nutrients that other plants use. You could have said that algae blooms caused a lack of oxygen, which reduced the animals that helped the more complex plants grow, or something like that. Literally a lot. You could have said that the algae decomposition created toxins. Um, any answer that's valid. There's a lot of things that could have happened. Um, that's the one that I gave, but do know that algae blooms tend to cause a lot of destruction in a region. They tend to they tend to initially create a lot of oxygen, but the thing is that the moment that they die, the algae dies, they decompose, and the decomposers consume oxygen to the point where the oxygen is depleted, where there is an algae bloom, and then all the animals, or many of the animals, sometimes most, sometimes all of the animals in an area die, and then as a result, other plants that are in equilibrium with other animals, then they suffer too due to that massive destabilization of the ecosystem. So, number 70, number 70, explain one specific way in which the change from more complex plants to more algae could disrupt food webs in the Bay region. So, the one that I gave is that animals that consume the more complex plants could fail to adapt. Now, I'm focusing on a negative consequence because of the fact that this did talk about negative consequences of the algae. So, it could fail to adapt to eating algae. But you could have talked about an unstable food web. You could have, I talked about the animals that eat the more complex plants. Let me change this M to a actual M. I talked about animals that eat the more complex plants. I could have also talked about the animals that hide among the more complex plants could fail to adapt to having no hiding place or something like that. Lots of different possible answers. Shelter decline is a possible valid answer. And we are 70 questions towards a perfect grade, 15 away from a perfect grade on this Regents. Número 71, number 71, in order to determine which nutrient had the greatest effect on the overgrowth of algae, several types of data were collected. Identify one type of evidence that researchers would look for to support the conclusion that nitrogen compounds were responsible for algae growth. Nitrogen compounds, one type of evidence that researchers would look for to support that conclusion. Now, do understand that scientists don't look for evidence to support one single conclusion. That's not what actually happens. Scientists look for evidence that support any conclusion, and then they determine the conclusions that can be made based on the evidence. But sometimes when you're looking for a specific piece of evidence, you can't just check all the evidence. So you check for one piece and you verify if it's a yes or a no in that situation. But you also have to find a negative result, meaning the opposite of that. But in this case, you might say, you might do an experiment on algae and look at the effect of nitrogen. So that's what I said. One piece of evidence, you're looking for an evidence to support the conclusion. So that nitrogen compounds were the responsible ones. So you could say algae, which were exposed to nitrogen compounds, more nitrogen compounds grew in greater numbers. So we do have to support it. So we have to say something that does support it. But and on the negative side, you could have said algae which were exposed to less nitrogen compounds grew in lesser numbers. You could have said that. So you could have said that as well. Okay. All right. Número 72, number 72. Mosquitoes are insects whose bite can cause discomfort and disease in humans In an attempt to control the mosquito populations, scientists have used radiation to prevent the males from producing functional sperm. Here's a mosquito. Explain número 72, number 72. Explain how the mosquito population can be controlled as a result of this procedure. What's the procedure? Radiation to prevent the males from producing functional sperm. Well, if they can't produce functional sperm, they can't impregnate the females, right? And so they can't produce fertile offspring. So without functional sperm, the mosquitoes cannot produce fertile, cannot produce offspring. And then I said the way I said it is that without functional sperm, the mosquitoes would fail to produce offspring. You could have also talked about the females. Without functional sperm, the female mosquitoes are less likely to mate with a mosquito that will produce offspring. So you could focus on the female side. But remember, we do have to focus on the control. So you can't say actually it can't control because they did say can be controlled. You do have to focus on the thing that they said, right? So when I say that you could focus on the positive or the negative, it's not that you can contradict the thing that they asked you to do. You can't contradict the thing that they asked you to do. You have to do the thing that they asked you to do. So they said can be controlled, but here I focused on the male. You could the male mosquitoes. You could focus on the female mosquitoes. In other situations, they said to support a certain conclusion, so you have to support the certain specific conclusion. Here, a change in more complex algae. How the complex algae, how the change from more complex plants to more algae disrupts the food web. So you have to focus on disrupting the food web. You could say one possible reason why the rapid growth of algae resulted in a decline. So you have to focus on resulting in the decline. But places where you might focus on a negative or a positive are examples, for example, like the snake example that we gave before. They didn't say that how the population size will be reduced. They didn't say how the population size will increase. They said didn't say how the population size might remain the same. They just said predict how the population size might change over time. You could have talked about increasing or decreasing with valid reasons. With valid reasons. Part D looks like very much like part C. Okay. So número 73, I'm reading right into the problem. After exercising outside on a cold day, a student noticed that his fingers were not as cold as when he started. One possible explanation for this phenomenon would be that the exercising caused more sweat to be produced, which cools the body, or increased the blood circulation, causing the body parts to feel warmer, or increase the breathing rate to remove waste products, or decrease the amount of energy needed so that fingers feel warmer. Okay, so we're talking about uh, his fingers were not cold after exercising. After exercising. So caused more sweat to be produced, which cools the body. That does the opposite, right? So it's not choice one. Then choice two increases blood circulation, causing body parts to feel warmer. That's talking about body parts feeling warmer. That sounds really good. The next one, increasing the breathing rate to remove waste products. Yes, breathing increases the rate of carbon dioxide removal, but it doesn't address warmth. And the carbon dioxide in your body is your body temperature. So it doesn't address warmth. It decreases the amount of energy needed so the fingers feel warmer. Uh, but but exercise increases the energy needed. So that's not it. So it has to be the one that makes sense. Increases blood circulation, causing body parts to feel warmer. They did say it. Number 74, number 74. The diagram below represents changes in some red onion cells being observed with a compound microscope. After a particular a solution was added, I'm sorry, a diagram below represents changes in some red onion cells being observed with a compound microscope after a particular solution was added. So these are the cells and the solution added, and then they look like this. Which statement best explains the change observed? So you do need to know what's going on here. The cells shrunk within the cell walls. So you do need to know that. So cells shrunk within the cell walls. So which statement best explains the changes observed? Is it that distilled water was added to the slide and diffusion caused the water to move out of the onion cell? Or a salt solution was added to the slide and active transport caused water to move out of the onion cell? Or distilled water was added to the slide and active transport caused water to move out of the onion cell? Or salt solution was added and diffusion caused water to move out of the onion cell? Okay, so this is a 2x2 problem, as I said before. Yes, you might debate one of the four choices, but it's actually better to think about it as a 2x2. Which of these will cause the cell to shrink? Will adding distilled water cause the cell to shrink, or will adding a salt solution cause the cell to shrink? And then the second thing is, does diffusion cause water to move out of the onion cell, or does active transport cause water to move out of the onion cell? This is an important thing. Water flows freely in and out of onion cells, out of plant cells in general. It's just water going from areas of increased concentration of water to decreased concentration of water. So it's all diffusion that causes water to move. So any that say active transport causing the water to move are wrong, crossing out 2 and 3, which gives us a passing problem. Passing problem. So now we know that it's diffusion causing water to move out of the cells, but now the question is, what did distilled water caused the slide? Was distilled water added causing the water to move out of the cell, or was salt solution added to the slide causing water to move out? Now remember, water diffuses from an area of high water concentration to an area of lower, so higher, lower water concentration. That actually happens always. Even if you put everyone on one side of the gym in and just let them freely move how they go, half the gym is going to get full eventually. Like people also move by diffusion, but chemicals do it very naturally, and it's just an average motion question. So if in an area of water with water in high concentration, the water is just going to move to the area of lower concentration just because there's just more water moving in that direction. So which one of these is implied? So water, distilled water, is essentially pure water. So if the water moves out of the cell, out of cell, that implies that the water in the cell is more concentrated, which implies the water out of the cell is less concentrated. Put a line here. Let me switch to blue just for a moment, which implies that the water outside is not pure. diluted, usually with salt. Okay, so the outside is not distilled water. Um, so it's got to be a salt concentration. 75. A homeowner observed different types of birds feeding at bird feeders filled with an assortment of food. 75, number 75. Competition arises most often when two birds have similar enzymes, niches, habitats, or ecosystems. This enzyme, they keep bringing up enzymes and properties that enzymes have. I mean, yes, actually, it's worth stating most birds basically do have similar enzymes. That's not it. We have similar enzymes as birds, to be honest, and we're very distantly related to them. But not what's going on. Competition arises most often when two birds have similar niches, habitats, or ecosystems. Okay, so they already have. It's already true. Okay, now niches is what a niche is a environment slash habitat. Okay, plus the birds plus the bird's role in that habitat. So you and the bird might live in the same place, but your role in the habitat is a person living and shopping at Kroger's or Costco or a supermarket or a pizzeria, whereas the bird is eating seeds out of a bird feeder. You don't have the same niche as the bird, but despite the fact that you're living in the same habitat. So two birds that eat totally different things are not going to be competing against each other. So habitats does make sense. It does make sense. However, and ecosystems also does make sense, but this one is smaller. So ecosystem is just too big. And the point is, though, what if they're in the same habitat, though? That one is making sense, and that is actually the most common incorrect answer. But the thing is that you could have two birds live in the same habitat, but they eat different things, so they don't actually compete with each other. You might have birds that live in the top of the canopy and birds that live in the lower canopy. Birds that eat harder seeds, birds that eat smaller seeds, birds that eat worms from the ground, um, birds that eat leaves or nectar. Okay, so it's also the bird's role in the habitat that affects um, so even more specific. Okay, so that it's niches in this case, and that was problem 75. We are 10 problems away from a perfect grade on this Regents. I'm super stoked. All right, so numbers. Let's see. Base your answer 76 to 77 on the information below in your knowledge of biology. To demonstrate some of the steps involved in the analysis of DNA, a student was given two paper strips with a single-stranded DNA sequence recorded on them. The two strips are illustrated below. Strip 1 with some darkened spots and lightened spots, a big strip, and strip 2 with some darkened spots and lightened spots. And and I noticed that the top one has CCGG darkened in, and the bottom one has TAAT darkened in. Okay, but the top and the bottom don't look very similar in general. And then the student cut between the C and the G in each of the shaded CCGG sequences in strip 1, and between the A and the T sequences in strip 2. Between the A's in the shaded the TAAT, so between the two A's. Both sets of DNA fragments were arranged on a paper model of a gel. To answer the questions, okay, so the results of this type of DNA analysis are often used to determine if two organisms contain the same carbohydrate molecules, or if the number of DNA molecules, or the number of DNA molecules in an organism, or if the DNA codes for the synthesis of fat molecules in all cells of an organism, or the evolutionary relationship between two organisms from different species. Okay, first off, do two organisms contain the same carbohydrate molecules? That's not something that's being done by testing DNA. So we're going to cross out the word carbohydrate, and that's what the one that makes that wrong. Then the number of DNA molecules in an organism, we're not counting the DNA molecules. We're breaking up the DNA molecules. We're not counting the number of them. Okay. The third one, if the DNA codes for the synthesis of fat molecules, again, here we care about the order. About the order of the molecules. And then the third one, if DNA codes for the synthesis of fat molecules, there's just no way to see that here. So that's just not it. Then number 4, the evolutionary relationship between two organisms from different species. And actually, that's a big deal. Yes. Often used to do that. Okay. Número 77, number 77, identify the specific type of molecule performing the actions of cutting DNA samples. You could say maybe enzymes. Enzymes to cut the DNA. Okay. You could have also said RNA. RNA enzymes. Número 78, number 78. Let me get a sip of this coffee before I keep going. Número 78, number 78. In the Making Connection Lab for Trial 1, students squeezed a clothespin as many times as they could in a minute. State one specific biological reason why their muscle cells got tired during the second trial. Well, it helps to know why muscle cells even get tired at all. One, you're depleting your energy storages, but two, your muscle cells are being filled with lactic acid, which causes your muscles to struggle firing. So either one of those, the first one that I use is that the muscles used ATP during, so more ATP during the second trial. But you could also said what I wrote here is that the muscle cells filled with lactic acid during the second trial. Any reason that gives reasons why the muscle cells got tired during the second trial would be a perfectly valid answer here. All right, base your answers to questions 79 through 80 on the information below on your knowledge of biology. An experiment was conducted to measure the effect of exercise on pulse rate for a group of high school students. The table shown below, and I do a quick run through of the table before moving on. Students tested 1 through 6. Pulse rate at rest, certain variation in pulse rates after exercising, higher and varies also. Explain why the resting pulse rate of these students were not all the same. Well, a lot of different reasons. Different people are born with different resting heart rates. Different people's heart rates, different people's heart rates pump with a different level of efficiency. Lots of different, that's actually the reason I gave. So different people's hearts pump with a different level of efficiency. Or CY. Okay. Número 80, number 80. Explain how the increased pulse rate as a result of exercising helps the body maintain homeostasis. So what does the increased pulse rate do for a student who's exercising? When a student is exercising, they're using more carbohydrates, they're definitely using more ATP, and they're definitely using more oxygen, and they're definitely trying to get rid of the carbon dioxide that they're producing as a result, and more metabolic waste products getting sent to the kidneys. A whole lot of things that are happening, and you could give any of those reasons. So the one that I said is that the increased pulse rate allows the heart to ox deliver oxygen to muscles at a faster rate. You could have also talked about remove carbon dioxide from the muscles at a faster rate. You could have talked about removing metabolic wastes from the muscles at a faster rate. You could have talked about bringing carbohydrates and fats and energy molecules to the muscles at a faster rate. Lots of different possible answers. Now, shown below are tools that students used as a model of finch beaks during the Beaks of Finches lab investigation. Número 81, number 81, which important concept of natural selection do these models of beaks represent? Dynamic equilibrium or limiting factor or environment or variation? So the thing about this situation is that the system is not actually in equilibrium. Now, if you want to argue that that's not true, well, the thing is that the natural selection causes the number of members with different beaks to change, right? So so not in equilibrium is a perfectly valid answer to a reason to say that choice one is incorrect. But if you don't like that answer, you could just address that it's not addressed in this lab. Now, limiting factor. What is a limiting factor? A limiting factor is a factor in the system that causes a noticeable change in the system. And that's actually not what's happening here. It's not like the system was changed and then we observed what the effect was. It's just that it's a factor in the system that causes a noticeable change. Okay? So then number 3, do the beaks represent the environment? The beaks do not represent the environment. In fact, everything around the beaks the beaks represent the finches themselves. Everything around the beaks represent the environment. But variation, this is literally, yes, representing two different types of beaks. Two different types of beaks. Okay? Now we go to base your answers to 82 and to 83 on the diagram below. We are 4 questions away from a perfect grade on this region, so I'm super stoked. Base your answers to question 82 to 83 on the diagram below and your knowledge of biology. The diagram below shows the changes in distribution of certain molecules inside and outside of an artificial cell over the period of time. I see cell before, and I see time, and I see cell after, and I'm like looking for the differences. I remember looking for the differences, and it was hard to see. And I do have to look for differences. So, but I'll read number 82 just to see if that matters. Número 82, number 82, the change in the distribution of oxygen molecules. So that's going to help me to determine. The change in the distribution of oxygen molecules was most likely due to a membrane receptors, active transport, synthesis, or diffusion. So now I'm looking for the oxygen molecules, and I see an oxygen molecule here, oxygen molecule here. That's 2 of them. And in this one, I have oxygen molecules inside 4 of them, where outside, so I have 1, 2, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. And outside, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and after I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so the change in the distribution of the oxygen molecules was due to membrane receptors or active transport or synthesis or diffusion. Now, membrane receptors would imply that with what are membrane receptors? These are signal receivers. Those are not the things that move the oxygen. Now, what about this active transport? If it took active transport to take energy, to take oxygen in, remember oxygen is technically speaking an energy molecule, although we normally don't consider it that way. But if it took active transport to move oxygen in and out, that would be a big waste of energy. In fact, oxygen is transferred by passive transport. So we have two that are wrong. Now, what about this synthesis and diffusion? What is synthesis? This is the creation of a chemical. But we see that the number of oxygens before and after didn't change. 7 plus 2 is 9, and here 5 plus 4 is 9, but no oxygen was created before, non-oxygen before, and 9O2 after. 9. So that makes synthesis wrong. But diffusion is passive transport. So that's looking good. So número 83, number 83, state one possible reasons why the proteins did not move out of the cell. The triangles are the proteins, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 proteins before, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 proteins after. One possible reason. You only have to give one possible reasons. What I just gave is that proteins were too large to move out of the cell. Passively. I could have also said that proteins require active transport to move in and out of the cell. It's 84, 2 away from a perfect grade. Now, when I say I'm stoked, I'm doing a little dance in my head. 84, 84, other than beak adaptations, identify one characteristic that would help finches on an island compete successfully, and explain specifically why the characteristic would make them successful. Other than beak adaptations, one characteristic that would help finches on an island compete successfully. Literally any adaptation you could think of. Longer wings, shorter wings. Lighter feathers, darker feathers. More feathers, fewer feathers. More feathers on the wings, fewer feathers on the wings. Smaller wing size, eyesight, hearing, strength, aggressiveness, speed, any property, and explain why. So I actually gave smaller wing size. Now you might say, wait, but wouldn't bigger wing size be the thing that benefits them more? No, it's that bigger wing size, it could benefit them more, and also a smaller wing size could benefit them less. After all, there's going to be some finches with bigger wings and some finches with smaller wings. So I gave the reason smaller wing size could help finches make faster and tighter turns and helping them getting food more efficient, getting food more quickly. You could have said literally anything, any attribute, change the attribute, talk about why that's a benefit, and you would have gotten your points. So that's a nice, in my opinion, a very nice question for an 84, because you could have thought of literally any attribute, change it, one characteristic, and say why it's a benefit. And here's the big thing I want you to remember: any attribute, virtually any, I would say virtually any attribute, could be a benefit in a certain situation, in some situation. So if you think of any attribute change, you could come up with a benefit. There are birds that live in an urban area that ended up getting smaller wing sizes, and what those did was they actually helped them escape the dangers of moving vehicles more easily. So they survive in the urban area. And right before I do number 85, I want to say, first off, I want to say thank you. And I know, I mean, why am I saying thank you to you? I'm making the video. Why am I saying thank you to you? I want to say thank you for getting to the point where you to the end of this video, which does help me tremendously. And if you've been subscribing, I want to say thank you also. Yesterday I was at 844. Now I'm at 851 subscribers. I just want to say that I appreciate all of you who've been watching these videos and subscribed and commenting, asking your questions, and communicating with me and allowing me to communicate with you. Again, I've always wanted to have a part of my business that's free. And so this is it. If you feel that I've earned your subscription at this problem number 85, then please do click the subscribe button, and I do really appreciate that. And if you feel like I don't deserve it, go ahead and don't subscribe. But if you feel like I have earned it, if you feel like this is the GOAT of all living environment regents prep videos, then please do say that this is the GOAT of all prep videos. Now, what you should do at this point, if you need to watch the video again, I actually do recommend going through the problems. If you happen to pause them, get an answer like I had suggested, and then watch it again to see if you got the same answer as me, then you can go over only the questions that you got wrong. The other part that I would do, if I would say, if you watch the whole video, you might wonder if it's better to continue by watching this video again versus watching another video. It actually might be better to watch this video again, just like it often is beneficial to take the same practice test twice after having gone over it. I would suggest going through this video again, and for every single question, making sure at this point now to definitely choose an answer that you think is correct. Because at this point, if you get 100% on your own on this test, you're guaranteed to get nearly 100% on this Regents. And that is a really good, really solid last day before a test taking strategy to take one test and then literally take the same test. So on that note, we're going to do number 85, and then we're going to drop the mic. I'm going to say thank you, and we're going to sign out. So I'm really excited. Thank you for being here. Numero 85, number 85. During a hurricane, a large raft made up of tree trunks, branches, and other vegetation was washed off the coast of an island. A few days later, not a raft looked like this. A few days later, this raft washed up on the shore of a new island a few miles away. Along with the vegetation present in the raft were a dozen lizards that were native to the original island, but the species was not living on the new island. A similar species of lizard did live there and had for many years. Once the lizards arrived on the new island, they found food and other resources that they needed to survive. So they did seem to survive. Describe one specific way that the newly arriving lizards might affect the population of lizards already present on the island. Now try to think what a nice stable population, how a nice stable population might be affected by the arrival of a very similar competing species. And any idea that you come up with and you describe it might be accurate. Like for example, the native species might become more aggressive to fight off the new species or something like that. That was one of the things that I had thought about, but actually the very first thing that I thought about. It looks like the new species finds food and other resources to survive, which means if I just assume that they survive, then how does that affect the native species? Well, we're about to drop the mic. Ready? The native lizard population size, the population size, it's not ZIZE, it's SIZE, might decline due to competition from the newly arriving lizards. Period. Mic up, mic drop. We're done. Congratulations. Good luck on your test.